1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Seems a little quiet. A little bit quiet, I think. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's coming out of my phone. check. One. You could probably turn my phone down. My phone's echoing through everything because I've left it on. I forgot about it. You can probably turn that down and you won't have to worry about it. Oh, okay, that's right. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that's just a touch too high. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
6, but.
Oh, yeah.
Never mind.
Yep.
So, and that one, that.
2, 2.
5. Hey, hey. It's coming in a little hot. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Ha, ha. Check 1, 2. Hey. All right, that's.
Element for its popular Selectric typewriter in 1973 with the help of the dance notation.
Today, I want to look at Yiddish literature in post-war Poland, and I want to focus on the materiality of some.
Paleography has a vivid vocabulary. The Latinate exacting terms which catalog the scripts of pre-modern Testing. Testing. Can you hear me? We are about to start. Oh, everyone's gotten so quiet so quickly. We're live streaming. Yeah, we're live streaming, and so we just have a few more minutes. This is actually, you quieted it down more quickly than I anticipated. So live streaming isn't starting until 2:03. Is that right, guys, back there? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we have a couple minutes to kill. So this is the stand-up time now. Stand-up comedy. Yeah. If I get really close, though, then we have this weird echoey effect. See, and then it sounds like a, right. Okay. All right. How's that? Better? Yeah. Okay. Okay. We have a little more time to kill. Oh, yay. Molly's here. Hello, Molly. One more minute. Okay. Rating people in again. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear bibliophiles. If you love books, quiet. Good afternoon. Welcome to the New Scholars Program of the Bibliographical Society of America. My name is Barbara Heritage, and I serve as the chair of the New Scholars Program Committee, and I am very excited to bring 3 new scholars to you today. This is going to be a great session, and so thank you for joining us here in person as well as online. We are live streaming, so we have a wider audience abroad, which is great. The New Scholars Program seeks to promote the work of scholars who are new to the field of bibliography, broadly defined to include any research that deals with the creation, production, publication, distribution, reception, transmission, and subsequent history of textual artifacts, manuscript, print, or digital, from clay and stone to laptops and iPads. Yes, we do. We really do. Each year, 3 new scholars are present here at the Society's annual meeting to share their current unpublished research in the field of bibliography, broadly conceived. In keeping with the values of the Society, the committee welcomes bibliographical scholarship pursuing new methods and new approaches, including applications from candidates applying bibliographical theory and principles to diverse materials in media. In addition, the committee welcomes scholarly submissions that embrace diverse, multicultural perspectives. The program is open to junior, that is untenured, faculty members and graduate students at the dissertation level, and to professional librarians, members of the book trade, and book collectors who are new to bibliography. If you are an early career scholar who is new to bibliography, I encourage you to apply. Or if you know people who would be interested in applying to the program, please bring this opportunity to their attention. It's a really great program, and I think, as you can see, there are many former new scholars in the room, which is a testament to how the program has really enriched the Society over the longer term. I would like to thank the members of this year's selection committee, Megan Constantinu, Cynthia Gibson, Kanohi Nishikawa, and Agnieszka Rek for their valuable expertise and the work they did in evaluating a very strong pool of applicants this year. And also for moderating a really great session of virtual presentations given last week, which sparked really great, I would say, half-hour discussions for each paper. It was fantastic. Our vice chair, Cynthia Gibson, who's sitting right here, deserves special thanks for her dedicated work in helping me lead the committee. Thank you, Cynthia. We're fortunate to have such a great team in place. The New Scholars Program is supported through the generosity of a number of contributors, two of whom are no longer with us. The first being Mary Ann O'Brien Malkin. So BSA's Malkin New Scholar Award was established through a contribution in memory of Mary Ann O'Brien Malkin, who lived from 1913 to 2005. Well known to many as a longtime contributor to Antiquarian Bookman, A.B. Bookman's Weekly, Mary Ann was one of the foremost collectors of books on dance. And I'm looking at you, Mara. The Malkin New Scholar Award is made to candidates working in the fields of the antiquarian book trade, dance, and/or Americana. And we're going to hear a great paper today on dance. So I think Mary Ann would really enjoy this if she were with us. BSA's Pantzer New Scholar Award was created through a bequest by Catherine F. Pantzer, who lived from 1930 to 2005. Catherine Pantzer is well known to many as an outstanding bibliographer, best known for her work on the revised short title catalog printed in England, Scotland, the short title catalog of books printed in England, Scotland, and Ireland, and English books printed abroad, 1475 to 1640. The Pantzer New Scholar Award is made to a new scholar working in the field of bibliography, with preference for descriptive bibliography, especially that of English imprints through 1640. We are deeply grateful to Patrick Olson of Patrick Olson Rare Books, and also to George Ong for their support of the New Scholars Program. And we also appreciate the support of an anonymous donor whose contribution has helped us to gather new scholars past and present in New York today and to build community among them. So thank you. We could not do this work without the support of those great donors. Please thank them right now. Thank you. And now I'd like to turn our attention to this year's awardees who are sitting right over here. We are delighted to welcome Seamus Dwyer, Mara Fraser, and Rochelle Grossman to BSA. Each of these presenters is new to bibliography, and each, as you'll hear, is approaching bibliographical research in new and very exciting ways. Seamus Dwyer, this year's BSA New Scholar, is a 6-year PhD candidate in English at Yale University. His research interests revolve around the literary affordances and cultural meanings of scripts and medieval literary manuscripts. He is presenting Bastard Hands, Medieval Commodities and Reading Medieval Manuscripts, a paper that delves into the origin of the use and practice of writing in so-called bastard script, and that conducts a reading of John Gower's Confessio Amantis, drawing on keen paleographical analysis, as well as an interpretation into the poem's hybrid bilingual poetics. Mara Fraser, this year's Malkin New Scholar, is assistant professor and curator of dance at the Ohio State University Libraries, Thompson Special Collections, Lawrence Lee Theater Research Institute. Her research examines relationships between movement and text in practices of reading, writing, and performance, particularly in the history of 20th century dance notation. She has staged dance works by a number of individuals from notation and she's also reconstructed a mass movement choir by Albrecht Kunst. She has an MFA in dance directing and documentation and a BFA in dance from Ohio State. Her paper, The Dance Typewriter, IBM, the Labo Notation Element in Women's Work in 1973, explores the development of the mechanized transcription of dance notation when IBM released a dance type ball for its electric typewriter. And so again, it's wonderful to have a paper on dance after many years of not having work on dance here at the Society. And finally, Rochelle Grossman is a specialist in Yiddish literature and print culture. She is completing a PhD in comparative literature at Harvard University, where her dissertation focuses on post-war publishing in Poland and Latin America. She examines the production and global circulation of Yiddish books to understand tensions arising between local and transnational print contexts. In addition, her research on the Yiddish Book Center's rare type and printing collection will be featured in their new core exhibit, Yiddish, A Global Culture. Recently, she was awarded Harvard's Philip Hofer Prize from the Houghton Rare Books Library for her own collection of Yiddish books printed in communist Poland. Her talk, which really draws together all of the interests I've just described today, is called Dirty Slugs and Flimsy Paper, What a Page Can Teach Us About Yiddish Printing and Post-War Poland. And I think the committee, when they were looking at this work, thought, hey, if anyone is going to be into dirty slugs and know what that means, it is BSA. So without further ado, we will now watch their presentations on the big screen. And I hope the gang at the back of the room will take it away.
IBM released a Laban notation typing element for its popular Selectric typewriter in 1973 with the help of the Dance Notation Bureau. Though this dance typewriter never took off, we are going to look at what its development, public image, and function show us about women's work in dance notation. Laban notation is a graphic language for describing movement, first published in Germany in 1928 and then fleshed out in the following decades by notators around the world. Although also known in some places as kinetography Laban, Laban is a recognized language for movement analysis with applications in fields such as dance preservation, robotics, and anthropology, and implications for United States copyright law of dance. Symbols in Laban notation are placed on a vertical staff that is much like a music notation staff turned on its side. These indicate direction and in space and body parts, and then timing runs vertically up the page. The taller something is, the longer it takes. On the right here is an example of a page of handwritten Laban notation created in 1969 by Tony Intravaya. It is written in pencil on staff paper, which is 8 pitch or 8 square per inch graph paper with 4 pre-printed staves running up the page. The words on the page are written with an IBM Selectric typewriter. Tony Intravaya was a big fan, but the symbols on this page are not the Laban notation symbols are not typewritten because this is from 1969, before the Laban notation type ball was released. This is a really short Laban notation score, and it shows one dancer's part, but a longer score for a group dance would be more complex, and it could be up to hundreds of pages of notation. And so what this means is that Laban notation takes a lot of symbols to write. As late leading notator Anne Hutchinson Guest has said, Laban notation is a longhand for movement and not a shorthand. And what she meant by this is that Laban notation granularizes movement. It takes a moment of movement and breaks it out into where each body part is in space with multiple symbols across the staff. It doesn't roll off of the hand or the pen when handwriting, like word writing might, or like script word writing especially. It's not one row in typewriting. It's not going to be one row of alphabetical letters going across the page. The process of arriving at a clean score like the one shown here comes in several stages of drafts. First, notators analyze movement and they choose the best combinations of symbols to capture it in a translation process. They're working live in the studio with dancers or possibly off of moving image. And working this way, they would start by creating a draft score using lots of paper, probably lined paper like a legal pad or notebook paper, and much more simple constructions of the notation, a type of shorthand for themselves as they work. And then later, when they're not in the time-sensitive rehearsal process, they add details. So in the process, they've fully embodied the movement, they've danced it in order to be able to break it down into its parts. They take this added detail and then they finally transcribe everything into a clean copy that has everything sketched out in exactly the precisely correct place on the page. The type ball's development and design started in 1966, and it was released in 1973. So this time period is over 250 years after the typewriter had transformed office life and eventually created the woman's role of typist, as women were thought to be especially suited for typing with supposedly their delicate fingers and fine motor ability. This mid-60s is also the women's liberation and civil rights movement, and it was a really good time for theatrical dance in the United States that had received an infusion of Cold War era cultural funding that advanced dance activity and built audiences. And the Dance Notation Bureau had grown from 4 women who founded it in 1940 into a fully formed service organization by the mid-1960s. They had a board, paid staff notators, and copyists for the notation. And it was also, the Dance Notation Bureau was also reorganizing at this time at the urging of its board. And the IBM Selectric had just come on the scene in 1961. It, in general, was a great success. It made it possible to change out fonts and make corrections while typing really quickly. IBM had been and is, or has been, a company that looked for collaborations in the arts and sciences and novel problems to solve. So this seemed like it could be an opportunity for the Dance Notation Bureau to upgrade the physical production of notation scores. Material production of LABA notation had historically been very laborious. Notators generally used pencil and readied their scores for duplication with more pencil or hand inking or wax stencils. They usually used graph paper. They also used sometimes different formats that would free up their hands and free up their body for dancing while reading. So they used cutout symbols of cardboard that could be placed on the floor and rearranged and danced over, and scrolls that you can see here in the picture on the wall behind the women that could be hung on the wall, freeing up hands. Notators had been discussing how they could speed up the process of producing scores and teaching materials for decades, and thought they might find a way to design a dedicated typewriter for dance. And they never did design a dedicated typewriter, but the Selectric comes into this story. The workers of the Dance Notation Bureau were at this time entirely women and remained almost entirely women. They often worked as volunteers and they worked for little pay. Here is a photograph of some of the women at the Dance Notation Bureau seated around the table, around their scores, and in front of their wall of scrolls. These American notators were instrumental in refining the system of LABA notation into the functioning one that it is today. And along the way, they developed and operated an impressive circulating library of hundreds of theatrical dance scores, folk dance scores, and volumes of teaching material. And all of this has become part of the archival record of the ephemeral art form of dance in the United States. So it's quite important. These women were also simultaneously operating a service organization to promote and record the art form of dance. But their history, the history of LABA notation in the United States, has been little written about. And is it possible that some of this neglect is because of it being primarily a women's history and because dance is a feminized art form? The history of United States notators intersected with the history of typing in 1966, when Dance Notation Bureau board member Early Bell, who was at the time urging the Bureau to modernize and become more mainstream and businesslike, worked with dancer and notator Lucy Venable, who's here second from the right in the glasses, and with Earl Crow from IBM to design a way to type LABA notation. What does the story of the LABA notation type ball tell us about the history of LABA notation and its women promoters? From a feminist perspective, I frame both the production of dance notation material, texts, and typing in 1966 to 1973 as types of women's work. That is, work typically done by women that is regarded as a lower status than the work of men. How did this notion of women's work impact the way the ball was developed and perceived? I propose that the perception that the LABA notation type ball was a tool for women's work marked the process of its design and marketing in several ways. I looked at what notators thought they were doing as shown from their internal correspondence with each other, and then what public image IBM, the Dance Notation Bureau, board, and the notators presented about the language, the system, and about the type ball, and how this public image differed from the internal concept. Where were gendered concepts of work inscribed or subverted here? First, we'll look at the function of the selectric. The Laba notation keyboard for the IBM selectric placed Laba notation symbols or their parts over the 88 keys of the typewriter, as shown here in the schematic on the right that went into the typewriter's manual, and you could make a copy of this and paste it right over the typewriter keys. So these symbols get placed over where letters and numbers would be, but Laba notation is not alphabetical. Compared to the 88 options here on the typewriter keyboard, which is the 44 keys times 2 with the shift, there are somewhere between 500 to 1,000 Laba notation symbols possible. And that's not even considering the range of resizing that's necessary for any symbol that can be lengthened to show a longer duration. So as a result, it required up to, it required at least 12 keystrokes to make one of the most basic Laba notation symbols a regular length forward walking step. In addition to all those keystrokes, you needed backspacing, adjustments of the roll, and handwriting after the fact. As Yvette Alanya wrote in her version of the manual that she wrote for the French audience and translated into English, quote, "You must consider each sign as a word, starting from the principle that any auxiliary operations such as reverse motion, use of the spacing bar and of the half spacing lever, roll lifting and lowering, etc., are part of this word. So that forward stepping symbol, if it's a regular duration forward step, needed all of those other actions as you typed a word. It's a choreography of typing that's a bit more complex than typing a word that's a sequence of letters and then a space. And Laba notation symbols aren't words. You're essentially composing these symbols with the keys. So this is a more complex process than typing words. And furthermore, dance is not verbal. Nothing in dance corresponds directly with words. Dance is body movement in space and time. So we're trying to capture space and time in symbol through typewriter keys. This is a lot of translation. Furthermore, the left to right orientation of typing English words didn't match the vertical orientation of Laba notation. So a typist had to mentally rotate 90 degrees the whole time they worked. I suggest that there is a conceptual disconnect between Laba notation as it's written and typing words that no one quite reckoned with in the original part of this design process in 1966. This is a logocentric assumption that body movement is somehow subject to or dependent upon, or at least corresponding to in syntax, verbal language, when really they're entirely different. Notators, like the ones shown here, Lucy Venable and Muriel Topaz, were experts and artisans in writing Laba notation and creating material texts of notation, and they realized this early in the process. They realized this first. So the process, again, the design started in 1966. It stalled in 1968 when Lucy Venable left the Dance Notation Bureau to come to Ohio State to join the faculty in Ohio. In 1970, a few years after the project stalled out, Lucy wrote to Muriel Topaz, another expert notator, and she was asking, Muriel Topaz had been asking, should I continue this project? Venable was somewhat discouraging. She wrote, if we stick to the system, meaning the Laba notation system, without modifications, then I do not know how much time will be saved. She cited reasons like the ones that I just mentioned about how the typing would actually be cumbersome. And she basically was acknowledging to Muriel Topaz, this typewriter is not going to make things more efficient. At the same time, she didn't fully discourage Topaz from continuing, but for other reasons. She also wrote one of the original ideas for typing a score was to feed a tape into a computer where the information could be stored, recalled, or used in other ways upon demand. Venable's thinking had leapt over typewriting to away from designing a material production solution and towards thinking about what else Laba notation could do if it could only be tied to an input. It seems that grappling with this input of the keyboard, really got Venable thinking about the possibilities of computing with movement. And this type of forward thinking is really in line with the way notators thought about what they were doing. They sometimes presented themselves or described their work as being a scribe of Laba notation or a scribe of dance, but they were really historians, they were theorists, and they were writing dance of the 20th century and thinking about what the information in dances mean. The Dance Notation Bureau did pick the process back up. There were some delays, but the ball was released in 1973 and it was offered for $18. As far as we know, none of the balls were sold. But the marketing shows some different strategies for how the type ball for dance, the value was narrated to the public and how people described its importance or its usefulness. IBM's marketing on the left associates the type ball with a beautiful, slight female ballet dancer who's sitting behind the selectric with her legs crossed. And she really is giving off feminine appeal. It's a lot like an automobile ad with a model on the hood, or like other IBM ads at the time that objectified the secretary as a lovely lady of the office. Her crossed legs recall the crossed legs of a secretary underneath the desk. She needs to be demure and ladylike. In effect, this ad reduces dancing womanhood and presents her as decoration. On the right, the Dance Notation Bureau made an informational one-pager that associates the type ball with the type of analysis of movement that Venable was thinking about. It interestingly draws on 3 non-dance activities: sailing, football, and horse racing, pointing to the idea that the notation had broad applications in movement analysis. However, it also completely disassociates Laba notation from its history with women and dance. It doesn't show anyone notating or using a typewriter who would probably have been a woman, because these are who populated the Dance Notation Bureau. And it also obscures notators' knowledge that that Laba notation had always been capable of analyzing all sorts of movement. The typewriter did not make that possible. It just made a way to type those things. So in different ways, these presentations of the type ball's public image are strategic. They reflect what the organizations consider to be marketable about the type ball. And because dance and typing were seen as women's work, the accepted marketing strategy was through the women as a decorative object, or through aligning the project with masculinized movement and distancing it from women's work. A few publications for teaching purposes did use the type ball to make short one-measure items that could be placed on a page with typewritten word text. And the copy was nice and clear for those, but no full scores, 100 pages of notation were ever produced with the type ball. And strangely though, even into the 1970s, the Dance Notation Bureau's board members, who were not themselves notators, touted the fact of the ball's existence in the press, claiming that it had sped up notation production. But the type ball never saved time. Notators continued and continue today to produce their initial scores by hand. Now there's computing solutions, and notators like Lucy Venable went on to explore what computing solutions were possible with notation. Thus, the Laba notation type ball's history suggests a disconnect between the value notators put on their own work and a lesser value assigned to their work by the public. To notators, they were materially recording a library of dances with their pencils on paper as they were simultaneously building, testing, teaching, and working out a textual practice for movement. However, in their public image, they were doing clerical work, women's work, the work of the secretary. I can't say this disconnect between public image and private conception is why the typewriter was a commercial failure, but there is enough dissonance here that it matters. It's an important story to those who love dance as an art form and a site of knowledge, but also to anyone concerned about how anti-woman sentiment might block innovation and the production of knowledge. The history of the Laba notation type ball matters for those looking for ways to understand women's role in the production of material texts of dance. Thank you.
Hi, so today I want to look at Yiddish literature in post-war Poland, and I want to focus on the materiality of some of the documents that were produced in this time period right after the Holocaust, so that we can think about the ways in which materiality can be a window into thinking about cultural reconstruction and the ways in which different actors, different figures are sort of negotiating political and social conditions in order to create a new body of material that can start to compensate for things like cultural loss, but also to map a future for a new idea about what Jewish life could look like in Europe after the war. So, structure the conversation. I want to think about how in the immediate post-war years, there are a lot of people and things moving in and out of Poland. This is a very porous time where refugees, Jewish refugees who had spent the war years in the Soviet Union, returned to Poland. Some people who are in Poland leave Poland, going often to Germany, to displaced persons camps, from which they continued on to other places. And how this period is also characterized by a lot of foreign aid coming into Poland, especially in the Jewish sphere, thinking of organizations that are trying to do reconstruction and aid work. So this is the very immediate post-war context, followed by a period of centralization, both politically and socially, as the communist government takes hold after 1947, and especially by 1949. And finally, I want to look at the Stalinist years, the sort of period of kind of intense centralization of the Jewish cultural sphere, and the ways in which this also, on one hand, seems like a closing of this porousness, but how we can see through different document evidence that actually there was still a way in which different exchanges between East and West were possible, even during the Cold War, in regards especially to Yiddish literature. So to begin, really, I want to position us in Warsaw in 1945. This picture on the left here is of the former Jewish quarter, which was completely destroyed, very much leveled by the Nazis. And the condition of Jewish life in Poland is mirrored in the condition of Jewish books. So Rachel Auerbach, who is a cultural activist, a historian herself, she writes about this encounter she has with the city and with the spaces, with the culture, with everything that she's viewing. And she writes about how, in the case of Jewish books, tens of thousands of volumes of the collected works of the classics once wandered throughout the state of Poland, but are now scattered. Today, after long and hard searching, we may perhaps collect at most 2 or 3 sets. Only on the garbage dumps of small towns are there sometimes soiled, rain-soaked pages, side by side with the damaged pages of sacred books. And so, in thinking about the way that Rachel Auerbach characterizes these books, there's a real parallel being made between Jewish bodies, Jewish books, the way in which the lack of Jewish books is also a reminder of this recent, very violent past. And the books themselves have been desecrated, have been scattered, much like people. And sort of completing this image is the way in which David Spard, another cultural activist who we'll hear from a few times today, he talks about his work in creating Yiddish literature in this context, that for him, Yiddish literature was akin to meeting the need for food, for a home, that, quote, steps were immediately taken to meet a spiritual thirst for the Yiddish word. So that these are the two kind of beginning moments here in which Yiddish literature is an issue that is being immediately addressed right after liberation. So today, we're going to look at some of these efforts from a material perspective, as I mentioned, at the intersection of printing technology and of politics, both global and inside of Poland. So to frame this even more so in this material sense, I just want to point out the ways in which technologies of the time were very physical. So this here is on the left, an example of hand setting a movable type. On the right are cases of Yiddish type that were used to publish newspapers. And these type cases are extremely heavy and they're very physical. And somebody has to put each individual letter together to create a line of type. And I mention this so that when we look at this newspaper, Das Neue Leben, New Life, which was the first Yiddish newspaper published in liberated Poland, we can think about the ways in which labor is deeply entwined with the creation of these new publications. And so this is an example of a handset newspaper. And I wanted to zoom in here to look at these two columns, because even though these two columns are right next to one another on the front page of this paper, we can really see some interesting differences between them that demonstrate much more of the conditions of cultural creation at this time. So if we zoom in and we focus on one single kind of letter, this is the lamed, the L letter in Hebrew and in Yiddish. You can see that on the right, the lamed has a sort of curled top, and on the left, the lamed is straight up. And these are, between the two columns, they're different, but within the columns themselves, they're very consistent, which demonstrates that these are two different cases of type that two different typesetters are putting together. Maybe they're standing next to each other in the same print shop, but these inconsistencies demonstrate that there is a lack of enough type of one kind that can be used effectively to make this single newspaper. And not only that, if you look at some of the other examples of this very same letter, this top, which is either curly or straight, is in most cases broken off entirely. And this is because the way that the lamed is above the line, it is susceptible to breaking off if the type itself is overused. If the individual sort is used quite a bit, it can be susceptible to damage. So this shows us that not only is there a mixed use of type from different sources, but also the type itself is broken, it's old, it's being used as much as it can be. And this is specifically interesting because in 1946, the International Workers' Organization, the communist organization, and in particular, the Jewish section, they write to the heads of DOS 9/11 with an offer that they are going to send a linotype to Poland, along with the matrices needed to create a newspaper, to create the lines of type that they can use. And this is revolutionary because one machine can replace the labor of around 6 handsetters, which makes it cheaper, makes it easier to create more frequent issues of newspapers. It also frees up the type itself so that the newspaper can be made with the linotype, can come out more frequently, and that the people who would normally have been setting each individual letter for the newspaper can focus on making new kinds of publications. And if we see, this is a later issue of DOS 9/11, we can see that this is a linotype set version, and the type is clearer, crisper, and no broken lameds. But we can see, if we zoom way close, zoom in, you can see that there are different extraneous marks between many of the letters, which demonstrates that a lot of these slugs, these little metal pieces that the linotype makes, many of them were dirty, which is to say they had extraneous pieces of metal that were the inside of the matrices of the mold, which demonstrates that these linotype, the linotype was really used quite a bit and not properly maintained. So even though this enabled there to be much more print material to be created, it also was another thing that was in short supply. Now, as I mentioned, having a linotype enabled the press to create new materials. So starting in 1947, DOS 9/11 issued books for the first time. And these are two of the very first books issued by DOS 9/11, which in their own ways demonstrates particular mandates of the press and of cultural figures at the time. On the left is the book Ghetto Kingdom. This is one of the very, very first examples of what we now understand to be called Holocaust literature. It's a collection of short stories about Jewish life in the Łódź ghetto. And this book was in part created because of this initiative to remember and to sort of create authentic but also aesthetic testimony that recalled the experiences of Jews during the Holocaust. Now, on the right, by Leib Olitsky, is a book, Man Will Be Good. This is a book of parables, little stories, mostly for children, with the idea that this book would represent the other attitude of the press, which was that the mission is not only to recall the experiences that had just happened, but also to build a new Poland and a new Jewish Poland in particular, so that people could rebuild their lives and think about something new. So these are the two pillars of this 9/11, this press in 1947. And these books themselves, they're made on really bad paper, full of lignin, ground wood, very ephemeral in their actual qualities. And this is another demonstration of the ways in which shortages are also on display in the print material of the time. In thinking about this context, we can also start to wonder, given that there was such a shortage of physical materials, of printing, of type, of a linotype, of people who could set things, who and what gets published in this context? And as David Svard comments here in his memoir about the time, he accurately mentions this idea that all writers possess a thirst to be printed, but ultimately not everybody has the merit to be printed. And in this context, especially, those who were printed were often socially and politically connected to those in charge. And from 1947, increasingly, this meant people who were communist, officially communist in their political outlook and their affiliation, and also connected to the Yiddish-speaking, Yiddish activist communists who were placed at the head of the state-supported Yiddish press. And so David Svard being chief among them. And this led to a kind of self-censorship insofar as many of the materials that were published in the early 50s to the mid 50s, certainly the time of high Stalinism, were ideologically mandated. As we see in the book here on the right, in Land of Racial Discrimination from 1953, there were materials that were anti-American in their outlook, as well as materials that were trying to connect the Yiddish book press, which became this new unified, centralized single press. They were trying to put this press on the global map that connected it to other presses worldwide in the Yiddish sense. On the left, for example, is a book by Yitzhak Turkov Grudberg. And the Turkov family was very well known for their participation in the Yiddish theater and how that stretched in a transnational way to different contexts in the Americas, in Israel, and elsewhere. And so publishing him as well at this time was also a way in which the press was demonstrating its active engagement with these networks. And we can also see the visual language that's being communicated here with these very beautiful covers created by the same illustrator, Itzik Reisman. Now, given that in the 50s, we have a lot of political incidents happening in which Cold War politics are really starting to solidify, and especially to solidify boundaries between the East and the West, it is all the more so surprising that the Yiddish book press, the Yiddish press in Poland, continues to have communication with and also active participation with organizations, for example, in New York. So this is a magazine from the IKUF, which is a Jewish communist organization. This particular branch is in New York. And their entire issue here, the back cover, has this huge amount of space dedicated to promoting the works of the Yiddish press in Poland. And they are selling the Yiddish book publications to their own readers in the West. So this is a way in which, even though officially exchanges between East and West are not sanctioned, there are ways in which these books are reaching a global audience beyond the Eastern Bloc. And it's not only in one direction, but we see here in this letter from 1950 that the editors of the Yiddish book press request books from IKUF in New York, ECOOF's own publications, books that they themselves are not able to produce that they do not have, so that they can have these for their personal libraries, but also as source material for their own new publications. And just in our last few minutes, I want to show a little comparison between some of these books. So the books on the right are from New York. These are from ECOOF. The books on the left are the same books in terms of their material, the content really, but they are produced by Poland, by the Yiddish Book Press in Poland, in Warsaw. And so the significance of these books in particular is also very important because this is the collected works of Mendele Moicher Sforum, who's considered the grandfather of Yiddish literature. And for those in this young press in Poland, this was a huge honor to be able to publish this work because of the ways in which this would solidify their press as participating in this ongoing chain of Yiddish cultural creation. We see the books on the right, they're hardback, they're austere, they're very serious. Whereas the books on the left, they are made out of cardboard covers. Again, the visual language is more in keeping with that of the other publications in the press, and the illustrator is the same actually of these as those that I previously showed. And this is also an interesting thing in thinking about how they were created. So in the opening pages of the books and the publication information, on the right, the ECOOF mentions very explicitly that these books were financed by donors, in this case, donors from Mexico City, who have dedicated this particular volume to the memory of their parents. Whereas the book on the left from Poland is financed by the government, there's no need for philanthropy to create these kinds of materials. And yet, there's a big difference in thinking about what it means to be a cultural activist. Those on the right, these financiers from Mexico, they're explicitly named here as cultural activists for their participation by giving money. Whereas those on the left, the books on the left rather, the editors are named, of course, and the bureaucracy and the different aspects of getting paper, getting materials to create these books is mentioned in a legalistic kind of way, but the actual material labor that enabled this book to be created is not mentioned. And to be honest, also in the example on the right, the typesetters, those kinds of individual actors are also left unnamed. So this sort of leaves us with a question about what it takes to create culture and to recreate, or develop something in the wake of something so catastrophic as genocide, and how, on one hand, a diaspora comes to fill that void and work together with refugees to think about creating new things, and also the ways that the local and global politics are also intertwined in these efforts. So thank you very much, and I look forward to speaking further during our question session. Thank you.
Paleography has a vivid vocabulary. The Latinate exacting terms which catalog the scripts of pre-modern and certainly medieval manuscripts comprise the heart of the discipline's tools. These terms offer not just a sophisticated taxonomy, but also a shorthand for the potential functions and cultural roles a script might have historically played. For instance, the script term textualis implies liturgy, formality, and authority, while another, secretary, indicates bureaucracy, utility, and facility. What these terms reveal about medieval perceptions of the handwriting they label, however, is less straightforward. It is important to acknowledge that a modern paleographical term is not the same as the medieval description, though they may appear identical. What did the wealthy widow Joanna de Walkingham mean when she bequeathed a certain book written in litera anglicana in her 1346 will? We may never know, but we cannot assume that she was referring to the same Anglicana that M.B. Parks coined in 1969 for a swathe of visually related scripts used to copy late medieval texts in England. Paying attention to the gap between medieval and modern perceptions of scripts allows for medieval meanings, often buried under modern connotations, to enrichingly add to understandings of historical handwriting. Despite its routine use in paleographical discourse, bastard is a jarring word to describe scripts. This adjective was used by medieval writing masters throughout Europe to label a range of scripts, most notably the Lux lettre bâtarde, or bastard secretary script of the later 1400s. Almost a century ago, Hilary Jenkinson commented that, in essence, medieval bastard scripts are a cross or compromise between two other well-known styles. The word compromise is telling here, as if the two scripts are somehow in conflict or not typically aligned. In explaining the term's usage, modern paleography tends to focus on the hybridizing of low and high forms that open themselves up to striking social analogies. Returning to Parkes and Anglicana, let's consider his understanding of what bastard Anglicana is. This epithet refers to the display script that adapted Anglicana formata with the decorative features of textualis. In explaining his terminology, Parkes writes, quote, "A bastard hand is essentially the product of a union between a base script and a noble one, between a cursive script, the informal handwriting of the documents at the bottom of the hierarchy, and textura, the display script at the top," unquote. He supports this with a footnote citing an abecedarium from 1552 that defines bastard as begotten between base and gentle. Parkes's definition is rooted in a pre-modern notion of classed intermingling. The Middle English noun bastard also held this connotation. John Trevise's translation of Ranulph Higden's Polychronicon describes the Persian king Darius Notus as, quote, "a bastard, or he that is beget of a worthy father, and a boar of an unworthy mother." It is noteworthy that the idea of illegitimacy is tacitly implied at most, and by no means explicitly at the forefront of Trevise's definition. What he wishes to emphasize is that bastard signifies a union from two distinct social ranks. It is the dictionaries that tend to accentuate a sense of illegitimacy in their definitions. The Oxford English and Middle English dictionaries, the Dictionary of Medieval Latin from British sources, and the Anglo-Norman Dictionary all agree that bastard, in both medieval and modern usage, denotes something that is adulterated, inferior, or somehow not genuine. But I'm curious about how invested the medieval term bastard was in these connotations that make the expression so jarring to modern ears. The moralistic suggestions that hang vaporously over its modern usage imply a condemnatory tone, a sense perhaps that medieval readers and writers saw bastard scripts as impure or not genuine, and that paleographers now maintain an inherited technical term while wryly reenacting a quaint moralism. But did people in the Middle Ages use the term this way or understand it this way? A mid-15th century writing master called Robertus de Tours, whose pattern book survives in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, showcases lettres bâtardes alongside two other related scripts, which he calls lettres de minute and lettres courriel. Here, on the top of folio 28 recto, we see a rubricated heading signaling which script Robertus is modeling, lettres bastardes in this case. The text snippet below is from the Vulgate's translation of Psalm 148, Laudate Dominum de Caelis. Bastard letter, as modeled by Robertus, is an ornate script based on cursive letter forms such as looped D, single compartment A, and open-tailed G. These graphemes are elevated by calligraphic movements of the pen that carefully applied decorative features, like spiky little horns on E and word final S, or the dark shading of F and long S as seen on the folio's final line. The richness of the script is further complemented by Robertus's inclusion of lavish, often painted cadles in initials and selected top line ascenders. The combination of low letter forms with higher ornamentation seems to mark what is bastard here. But hybridity is only part of it. Robertus's other two script categories imply that he viewed lettres bâtardes as a kind of middle road. His lettres de minute, which can be seen on the next leaf at folio 29 verso, shares many of the same features as the bastard, except it is smaller, tighter, and slightly less ornate. Meanwhile, his lettres courriel, seen here on folio 30 recto, is larger, more embellished, and engrossing than the bastard. Note in particular the decorative crook on the looped ascender of D, as in venerandum on the top line. All three of these scripts exhibit varied combinations of low and high features. It is the bastard that occupies a position right in the middle between smaller and bigger, plainer and fancier. Robertus's samples of lettres bastardes indicate that as a medieval script term, bastard occupies an aesthetically balanced middle ground. Strikingly, it is also unburdened by a subtext of adulteration or impurity. Further context shows that the term bastard was applied not only to scripts, but also to many other late medieval prestige commodities in English, French, and Latin sources. A history of the term used in this way not only provides a perspective for script as a product, but also gives a clearer view of the middle way bastard objects occupied in medieval production and consumption. Take saddles, for instance. Bastard gilded saddles are mentioned in an exchequer account roll from 1419, and the Parliament rolls of 1423 mention a bastard saddle covered with crimson and velvet, studded with gilt silver. These both seem to be rich objects, and so their bastard nature might express a merging of two types of saddle, or perhaps they are bastard because they signal a merging of two distinct classes of material, low leather and high velvet and high silver, for instance. Whatever its specifics, the term seems to refer to a simple hybridity in design and making rather than a description of something that is cheapened. Bastard wine was a form of sweetened spiced wine originating from southern France and Spain. An early 14th century Hiberno-French translation and adaptation of the Secreta Secretorum describes one variety from La Rochelle. Bastard wine of La Rochelle is strong and dry and sweet in flavor and very keenly harsh on the head and body when drunk in excess, but it causes a good release from the stomach, for which reason physicians say that one ought to drink it when going to bed. A full survey of this wine's drawbacks and benefits is given. It is strong, it delivers a walloping hangover, but it also has health benefits when consumed in moderation. Its bastard quality may well come from this dualistic characterization as both an indulgent libation and a medicinal treatment. It might also be bastard because sweeteners and spices have been added to it. Either way, processes of mixing for mixed purposes define this type of wine. This begins to suggest a sense that bastard refers to medieval procedures of mixing for instrumental purposes. Objects must become intermingled with other objects in order to achieve specific utilitarian aims. Medieval culinary texts offer a deeper view into the implications of bastard as a reference to processes of production. The 15th century Middle English cookbook preserved in British Library Harley MS 279 mentions gravies, creams, sauces, and pottages as having bastard alternatives. Take, for instance, the oysters in gravy bastard, which follow the regular oysters in gravy. The bastard version uses many of the same ingredients, like ginger, sugar, and saffron. It even adds ground pepper and salt. What seems to make it bastard is its simplified process. The regular recipe is fussier, involving several stages of parboiling and then a final boiling of all the ingredients together. The bastard version involves making a simpler gravy with the oyster brine, some ale, and water, and allowing it to boil with the spices before adding the raw mollusks at the end. Another pair of recipes makes this even more explicit. Viande de cypress bastard occurs just before viande de cypress real, a sort of medieval meatloaf. As with the oysters and gravy, both recipes consist of more or less the same ingredients, including egg yolks, ground capon, and chicken meat with rich spices like ginger and saffron. But again, the bastard recipe is less elaborate, involving lower heat and less straining. The real version, in contrast, calls for an involved syrup to be made from spiced honey, raisins, broth, and wine to be drizzled over the meat. This gastronomical language uses some of the most explicit terms of human social hierarchy available to medieval English, bastard and royal, to pinpoint not quality per se, but rather the efficiency and time required to produce a finished product. A bastard dish is not necessarily worse, just less time-consuming to whip up. All of this ultimately shows that the descriptor bastard, while distilling the language of problematic propagation, also designates a purposeful intermingling of efficiency with refinement in the making of medieval commodities. This enriches a sense of what it meant for medieval readers and writers to describe script as bastard. A bastard script, assuming it functioned like these other products, would have been seen as a category of writing defined by a compromise between care and facility. A bastard script forges a product whose tempered production modifies beautiful scripts to make them easier to write, rather than debases them in a cheapened imitation. My interests in the cultural meanings behind medieval idioms of script like bastard, have broader implications for medieval literature. What can bastard scripts tell us about the literary texts they preserve in manuscript? How can literature help expand our categories of script? I offer some initial answers to these questions by turning to John Gower's behemoth bilingual poem, Confessio Amantis, or The Confession of the Lover. At first, this text might seem a strange place to explore bastard literary or paleographical aesthetics. The word bastard does not occur in any form or language in the poem's 33,000 lines. But the poem's formal principles interlace Latin and English verse forms which guide the reader through a prologue and 8 books in 2 distinct registers. Gower famously describes his goals for this hybrid structure in the Confessio's prologue. Worrying that reading a text that is too serious or too full of wise writings might dulleth oft a man's wit, Gower proposes to go the middle way, compositionally speaking, between lust and lore, so that his reader might like what he writes. Go the middle way. Gower envisions his Confessio to be a negotiation between instruction and pleasure, wisdom and enjoyment. In other words, it is a compromise between high and low forms, a bastard poem. Lingering on bastard aesthetics as being integral to the Confessio's literary program, we can begin to explore how poetic and paleographic principles can be seen to mirror each other, and indeed how poetry can help expand the potentials for what bastard scripts can be. This is an image of the opening folio of Cambridge St. John's College MSB 12, which I'll refer to hereafter as J, one of the nearly 50 extant manuscripts of the Confessio. J is unusual among the fairly uniform Confessio manuscripts produced before 1450. It is smaller than average and, with the scribal dialect located to northern Herefordshire, provides a rare example of a Confessio manuscript potentially produced outside of London. Moreover, it has a distinctive script. This next image shows more clearly J's lack of stiff, knobbly letter forms and its loopingly hooked ascenders on H, L, and B, features of Anglicana, which give an impression of a cursive hand. But J's script is infused with textualis in many respects. An upright vertical quality to the letters and a lack of splay is present. Set semi-rotunda minim feet are discernible in M and N. Ligaturing techniques typical of textualis are apparent here as well, such as the biting between D and various vowels, such as day in line 9, as well as kind and hond in line 11 and dawn in line 13. Other textualis features used in J include G and E with a protruding tongue. Additionally, several decorative features suggest a painstaking, almost obsessive quality. Minuscule d has an unlooped ascender in textualis fashion, but is without exception ticked with a small dash at the top of the ascender. There is no obvious purpose for these otiose dashes other than embellishment. The J scribe also employs a sharp crook on the center ascender of W, making the letter more involved and branched in its appearance. The script of J's Confessio is a finicky one that combines graphemes and decorative techniques from cursive and textualis in a unique mode. While this script little resembles the Lettre Bataille of Robertus de Tours, or even samples of Parks's Bastard Anglicana, I think it can still be described as bastard due to its careful process of refining cursive graphemes with calligraphic traits. J's bastard script participates dynamically in the bastard project of Gower's poetry. Consider what the lines say alongside what the script looks like. Here is the English text transcribed starting at line 4. It stands not in my sufficiency, so great things to encompass, but I must let it overpass and treat upon other things. Therefore the style of my writings, from this day forth I think change, and speak of things not so strange, which every kind hath upon hand, and whereupon the world must stand, and hath done since it began, and shall while there is any man, and that is love, of which I mean, to treat as after shall be seen. These lines from the opening of Book 1 reiterate Gower's middle way, his bastard poetics suitable for reflecting on the ethics of love, his main subject. The narrator, Amans, must abandon great things so that he might speak of things not so strange. The Middle English word strange designates not just the unfamiliar, but also over-embellishment, an object so overwrought that its meaning is obscured. The ticks, dashes, and fiddly nature of J's bastard script might actually seem to be working against Gower's poetic thesis, making his English visually strange, even as it seeks a plainness of meaning, except it doesn't. The script of J retains a measured legibility through its bastard quality, unlike a script that is wholly cursive or wholly calligraphic. J's is not in danger of being too fluid or too dense, both of which might make it illegible. Its measured intermingling of different visual qualities yield a text that is not so strange, but perhaps just strange enough to give a reader a new way into the poetry, a middle way, a bastard way. Turning a critical eye to the terms medieval language used to describe handwriting yields nuanced potential for how these texts were made and culturally perceived as objects, how they were read, and how we might continue to gain new understandings of them. Thank you.
To make sure your speaker. Push the button. Yeah, okay, great. And I have received a word from Erin McGurl. We can run till 3:30. There is a break, so if you do need to step out, feel free, but the Q&A will run a little longer. And I'm gonna first thank everyone for those terrific papers. Those were wonderful. I know we just clapped. And open up the conversation with a question. And there are more questions that I have, but if you have a question yourself, please do raise your hand, because we do want this to be a lively conversation. And as you all know, this is work in progress. And I think everyone welcomes a dialogue around their research. So just to open the question session up, I would like to pose this query for the panel. Bibliography, as we all know, offers powerful methods for studying and apprehending the material aspects of textual artifacts. So briefly, how did you first come to perform research with textual artifacts? And how did you first learn about the artifacts described in your present work? Were there any particular challenges you encountered in studying these materials? And let's just start here with Rochelle.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody for being here. It's an interesting phenomenon with Yiddish literature that due to a lot of initiatives from institutes around the world, there is an enormous body of this work that has been digitized over the past 20 years. And I'd say that the majority of my initial engagement with this literature was with the digitized versions of it. But because what I'm interested in is this literature from this specific period, from parts of the world that are in a lot of ways not well studied, a lot of my work brought me to different archives, and this kind of literary engagement with archival material was a moment of encounter that then later, when I could hold the actual books that I had seen so often in PDF form, that was for me a real aha moment that these books, even though on my computer they all looked very similar, they were all very flattened, of course. In person, they're so different. The Ghetto Kingdom is such a great example because I remember I wrote quite a bit about this during the first months of the pandemic, writing that chapter. And it wasn't until months later I was at somebody's personal library and they happened to have this book, and it is so small that I couldn't believe it. This was such an important story that added so much to our understanding of the material, that the stories in themselves are very moving, but the actual story of how the book came into being is also important in thinking about what the stories are really trying to say. So that's part of the journey that I will leave it to my colleagues here to add more.
Okay, thank you. I was a trained dancer, and as part of that training had to study dance notation and got injured and went farther with dance notation than I would have. That brought me into working in special collections and processing collections on dance notation. And I had unformed, intuitive sense of questions coming up handling materials that I couldn't articulate and that I I don't experience being asked in the dance studies or dance notation communities. And those just gestated for a long time. And when I returned to those collections many years later as a curator, we had two of the type balls that I had heard of. And so then I think coming across bibliography that I didn't really know anything about before gave me ways to ask some of the questions that were more intuitive by looking at materials. So a method that, or yeah, I guess a way of going about asking those questions. And the challenge I would say for me in this project was partially just, I still have logistical challenges to using these particular type balls. There's only two that I know of and they're in our collection, so I'm reluctant to get them dirty. And then there's a specific platen that had to be changed out and put on that typewriter that I haven't figured out yet. And then just studying anything through the lens of failure and means that there's not a lot of texts to look at. So
Thank you.
yes.
Yeah. Shameless.
For me, this might be a heresy to say in a room full of bibliographers, but I'm very bad at detail. And so one of the few things that I found excited a sense of detail was script, with medieval handwriting. And at the Beinecke at Yale, where I'm doing my PhD, there's a manuscript of John Gower's Confessio, shocker, that has a sequence of French poems by him also compiled at the end, where there's a script shift from Anglicana to secretary, which on one level seemed kind of obvious in a way, like an English script for an English text and a French script for a French text, but it also didn't seem that obvious at all. There seemed to be sort of deeper questions to ask. And Barbara Shaler was my Virgil, helping me sort of wander the corridors of this book, which is an amazing book. It's also very smelly. It has a past of an interesting mold issue that's been solved. But anyway, so we explored it and thinking about it, and it's sort of become my kind of my talisman in a lot of ways for interrogating questions that might seem to have simple answers, but I think, sort of getting into the cultural gaps that might make those answers more complicated. So yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Other questions from the floor? Questions? Oh, great. Right here at the front. Yeah.
I can talk loudly.
Yes, great.
I guess I'm now obsessed with this idea of expression rendered into print and then completely abandoned because it didn't work. And I wonder if you encountered any other, I guess, endeavors similar to that, where somebody has tried to put into print a notation of any sort of language or expression that then we just left to die in and out.
There have been many systems of dance notation that have arisen and then fallen out of use along with the dance style that they accompany. So that seems like the closest to me. And as far as the ways they were produced materially, I don't know. I think it's a great question that I would love to look into more. Thank you. Me too. Thanks.
There's a question right here.
One of the slides is handed develop all out. So I was super curious about that because it's different when it has trio and dance. I'm just curious if that's part of the sport or how that can consider the sport.
That is another line of inquiry into the history of Laba notation that I'm really interested in, is in what ways did Laba notation really accompany a Europeanist approach to concert dance, and in what ways did it facilitate a certain kind of approach to indigenous dance forms and traditional dances? Tony Intravaya was trained in Europeanist modern dance, but was approached by they were calling themselves the Plains Indians that approached her to notate that. And there's not a lot of context about it. And I think that is problematic. And so I'm really curious about that particular score and that situation. We have some of her papers, so I think that's worth looking into. Thank you.
John.
So we're still on dance notation. Before we comments, I'm John Mitchell from Just Museum. First, Marianne Malcolm, who enjoyed that immensely, would have loved to talk with her. Sorry she couldn't be here for this. But
just a point of curiosity, the closest analogy I can think of to what you're looking at are you know, the development of a music typewriter, and which has a more linear, you know, what it's trying to record is somewhat more linear than what the verticality of lava notation, but amazing. But it just made me wonder, and I know nothing about dance notation except for thumbed through the bibliography of Marianne's dance collection and seeing the sort of the early modern notation with the feet on, you know, representations of feet on the floor and twists and turns, and but it sort of made me wonder how lava notation is read compared to how like 18th century music scores were read. Do you bring certain knowledges or preconceptions to the reading of it in the way that a performer of a Fugue by Bach would know to bring the grace notes in, which wouldn't necessarily have been notated in the period. We notate it now,
Right.
but wouldn't have been then.
Yes. There's a lot there. I so wish I could have met Marianne O'Brien Malkin as well. And I heard a lot of good stories about her from my mentor, Nina Couch. And I'm really interested in looking more into her collection. I think another parallel bit of technology might be the Chinese typewriter, except even more many more characters, but that idea of a composite character, like a composite notation symbol, seems related. And then compared to musical notation, the big challenge is space, as I understand it. So time is there, but space doesn't have to be in musical notation, right? And earlier lava notation was much simpler, and it's less than 100 years old, but the earlier was simpler than today, and the system was developed by these women and their colleagues to get all the get detail in more, but to read a notation text is to study different versions and to study styles and to make your inferences in that way, and then stage the most authoritative version of a dance that you can.
More questions from the floor. Molly.
I'm all for the judging conspiracy. My question is for Rochelle. I'm really interested in the political nature of funding publications. I was wondering whether you also see anti-communist support for publications at the same time from the US. And of course, that can't get into Poland, but are there other diasporic communities publishing, and does it all feel deeply politicized when you go back and look at the body of work? I'm fascinated by that.
Yeah, so a parallel and sort of companion piece to this work about Poland is my work about Argentina. And in Argentina at the same time, there are some very large series efforts that are put together by the Polish, Jewish, Yiddish diaspora that is there, and they are using their connections in the United States and eventually in Israel and France, just all over, mostly the West though, to create their own, in some ways, competing version of some of the very same materials. And they're also within the Argentinian context, within the Yiddish context, they're also, there is an ICUF branch. These communists are also in Argentina. They also all know each other. They also have rivalries. So there's also it's very political, but it's also very personal because everybody is at least one degree of separation. So that's happening, as well as real sort of competition over the legacy of certain important historical moments. So the anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is a very loaded year. That's 1953. And there are publications from everyone who wants to write in Yiddish. Things are coming out and they want to claim different aspects of this moment for their own, we might say national agenda, although national not really in the sense of American, Argentinian, necessarily Polish, although in some ways definitely this. And in the Zionist sphere, even though Yiddish is not well received, there are also Yiddish writers and cultural activists there who are getting state funding for their own projects. In some ways, that's also a competing project, not explicitly against communism or anything like that, but this is also part of the whole arena that's happening at the same time.
Agnieszka, you had a question.
Oh.
More questions? Caroline.
Yes, I have a question for Rachel. And I was wondering how these books circulated between East and West during this period. So.
So this is a wonderful question and something that I feel that I was really privileged to see in kind of firsthand way. Last year, I worked at the Yiddish Book Center, and one of my sort of extra responsibilities was to manage incoming donations, which came from all over the world. People would contact the center and say, I have all these books from my parents or my community, or I don't know, I just don't want them anymore. So they would come to the center from all over the world. We got a lot from Australia last year. So anyway, just to say that it's sort of the coda from this, that from first they were put out and now they're coming back to a central place. How they were circulated is a bit of a complicated matter because until 1956, where there was this political thaw, a lot of the communications between Poland and a lot of the non-Soviet sphere were limited, as I mentioned. But we see is in this example that there were sort of partners in the West that were taking on the buying and selling of these books, and they were frequently writing to them. There's a letter that I didn't show, but it's one to ICUF in Argentina saying, dear ICUF, you owe us 90,000 zloty for all the books we've sent you. Please get that to us. By the way, would you like more books? Because we'd love for you to sell them. And so there was, you know, in some ways kind of a nod to a market in a global sense, but really because probably they were not beholden to any kind of financial obligations in a major way. Their major agenda was actually to put this material out there. And so circulation was important in a different way.
Fabulous. Another question, and I'm going to repeat the question into the microphone because we have some people listening in via live stream that are having trouble. So if you can speak up very loudly. Peter.
Sorry about that, Peter.
The
I have
question
not.
is whether Seamus has mastered a bastard hand.
I'm a lefty, so that would be like it would just all go to hell. I should though. Thank you.
Question over here. The question is if Seamus is making a case for scribes as authors and asking about the agency aspect of his project.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eve. Yeah, I'm really interested in intention and what, like, you know, also the limits of scribal intention in some ways too, and like craftsmanship, is craftsmanship authorial intention, or are these things purely coincidences? I think the kind of balance between pragmatics and interpretation, it's a really interesting one and it's a really fine one. And I think part of what thrills me about a lot of this is that it could just be pure coincidence, the way these things kind of come together. And so, yeah, I think, and there's a lot of interesting work out there right now on scribal authorship as a kind of alternative authorship. And I think I'm trying to kind of enter that conversation in a mode of thinking about how like sort of the limits of you know, intention in some ways, and how the visualities of letters kind of do work independently of human forethought in some ways. But thank you, that's a great question.
And we're just going to conclude with one last question for the whole group. So down the road, what are some of the areas you want to continue to explore as part of your research? And do you think that there are areas for bibliography and book history to expand in some of these future paths that you're going to be working in?
Yes.
No pressure.
I think becoming more interested in bibliography has really opened up a lot of new avenues for this research and also for my teaching. I think something that is a challenge with Yiddish, especially with the particular text that I focus on, is that many of these things have not been translated.
Yeah.
And so it's a problem for teaching because students, even if they are students of Yiddish, they might not have a very high level of language competency, but everybody can approach a material text from its materiality. And this, I think, is a really great opportunity to engage students and a general public and other scholars outside of the field, all of these things, in starting to understand some of these bigger concepts and the challenges facing this particular literature, alongside a history of technology, because Yiddish literature really developed at the end of the 19th century and then through the 50s, 60s, 70s. So this is right kind of the heyday of pre-digital printing, and the technologies affected what could be printed, who could be printed, who was doing the labor of it all. And yet a lot of this history is unknown because it was so ubiquitous that nobody thought to write it down. And so these are also interesting avenues that I'm curious about, especially as they relate to this particular corpus, but I think they ask bigger questions that are worth interrogating.
Thank you.
I'm interested in asking similar questions of other texts, other materials in Laban notation first. This was just one tiny moment in Laban notation, and I'm really looking at the American history of Laban notation, 1940 to 1980. That also I would love to extend into other descriptions and documentations of dance. And I loved your question the other night, Barbara, to me about that and other time periods. I wonder, being really new to bibliography and still learning what the literature is, I wonder if the frameworks of movement analysis that I'm more trained in could shed light on embodiment in production of print materials or production of books. So that looking at that physicality through a lens of notation or movement analysis.
I'm also, just right now, just on one tiny moment too. And so I'm curious about looking at other periods, other moments in the Middle Ages, and it's only a millennium, so whatever. But, we're thinking about where other moments where, how script is working in other kind of moments in medieval history and how they may or may not compare or contrast with 15th century modes. And more broadly, just, as bibliographers and book historians, we have amazing terms, we have amazing technical language, and I'm just turning a critical eye to that language and looking at it from behind in some ways, and thinking about why we use these words, why these words have meaning, why they carry on, why they, what kind of, baggage do they shed, what kind of baggage do they retain? Just thinking about that for the longue durée, but yeah.
Thank you. I hope you'll all agree that the New Scholars Program is a wonderful way to introduce new and fresh perspectives to BSA. I think we've seen that today. Please join me in honoring Michael Winship, who is here, and Roger Stoddard, who may be here, for their forward thinking in creating this program in the 1990s. And once again, in remembering Marianne Malkin and Catherine Panzer, and also thanking our generous sponsors, Patrick Olson Rare Books, Georgia Ong, and our anonymous donor who've made this program possible through their generosity. Thank you. We're going to have a 15-minute break and the meeting will reconvene here. Thank you again.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Duracell-Melish, and I am the president of the Bibliographical Society of America. And I am really thrilled to introduce today's keynote speaker, Dr. Kelly Weisskopf. Dr. Weisskopf is a literary, and can everybody hear me? Okay. Thank you. Dr. Weisskopf is a literary and cultural historian who teaches in the English department at the Northwestern University in Chicago. Her research and teaching focus on pre-1900 Native American literatures and textual cultures, history of archives and books, and science and medicine in early America. Her research joins conversations at the crossroads of early American studies and Native American and Indigenous studies, with a particular interest in understanding the relationships between science and colonialism, and in the many uses to which Indigenous people put books and manuscripts in the 18th and 19th centuries. Dr. Weisskopf's list of publications is impressive. She's the author, editor, and co-editor of 4 books and has authored numerous articles. Her most recent monograph is entitled, as quote, Assemble for Use, Indigenous Compilation and the Archives of Early Native American Literatures, published by Yale University Press in 2021. And you will hear more about this book during the annual meeting, because I am delighted to report it received the 2022 St. Louis Mercantile Library Prize. Dr. Weisskopf is an elected lifetime member of the American Antiquarian Society and holds a number of prestigious appointments at various learned societies and journals. She's also a collaborator on a number of grant-funded projects which bring together faculty, students, and Indigenous organizations in Chicago and the Midwest, including the Native American Educational Services College Digital Library Project. That's the one that really has a librarian. No bias here. Her talk is generously sponsored by the Independent Online Booksellers Association. And the title of her talk today is Toward a Bibliography of Birch Bark Books. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kelly Weisskopf.
Hi, everyone. It is such a pleasure to give this talk today and to be able to think through this research with you. I am so delighted. It is also really fun to give this talk in a room full of librarians and staff people from libraries where I have done much of this research. You make this work possible. It literally would not exist without you. So I'm so delighted to be able to say thank you in person and to be able to talk through some of the findings from the work I've been doing in your collections. I also want to thank Caroline, Megan, and Aaron for the invitation and for arranging all of the logistics and so on. I'm going to start with a land acknowledgement, noting that we're on the Lenape lands, the lands of the Lenape here, and that I do my work in Chicago on the homelands of the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations, as well as the Miami, Menominee, and Ho-Chunk. I'll talk a little bit later in the talk about why that acknowledgement is important and how it matters to the research I do. Before I start, I'm going to make sure I know how to advance slides. Yep, okay, great. So let me get started. In 2016, the Pokagon Band of Potawatomi Indians accessioned back into its tribal archives 4 birch bark booklets. They were written by the Potawatomi writer Simon Pokagon in the late 19th century and printed on birch bark between 1893 and about 1904. As the title pages suggest, several booklets describe Potawatomi stories of placemaking. 2 booklets printed a few months before the opening of the Chicago World's Fair, also known as the Columbian Exposition in 1893, critique the fair's celebration of Columbus's so-called discovery of the Americas and of US progress. The tribe has digitized several booklets, which can be viewed on the tribal archive, and you can see a screenshot of that digital archive here. In a 2018 publication, then tribal archivist Blair Morceau wrote about the booklet's return to the community where the birch bark for their pages was harvested, where the words for their pages were written and printed, and where they were bound with a ribbon and distributed to readers. Morceau wrote, "Making these reverent objects of cultural and historical patrimony available to the community has been a rewarding process. Although the tribe never left Michigan, colonialism continuously seeks to dispossess Indigenous sense of place from the environment, separate Indigenous minds from traditional knowledge, and dismantle traditional kinship structures. Simon Pokagon's books, however, have allowed the Pokagon Band of Potawatomi Indians to reclaim their history, language, and environment in new and constantly evolving ways." Morceau's comment that returning the books to the community allowed the Pokagon Band to reclaim history, language, and environment makes clear that the booklets hold living meaning, and that the booklets hold deep material connections to Potawatomi homelands and communities in both their content and their material form. Pokagon also commented on these relations in the prefatory materials to one of the booklets, noting that his decision to publish on what he called the bark of the white birch tree is out of loyalty to my own people and gratitude to the Great Spirit, who in his wisdom provided for our use for untold generations this most remarkable tree with manifold bark used by us instead of paper, being of greater value to us as it could not be injured by sun or water. The birch bark pages materially demonstrate Pokagon's relations, his loyalty and gratitude to other Potawatomi people, to Potawatomi places and waterways, and to other than human beings. Both Morceau's and Pokagon's descriptions challenge readers to account for the booklets as both printed and birch bark objects. The booklets beautifully demonstrate the relations that Indigenous people make at the level of the page between European forms of literacy and communication tools, here the English language and the printing press, and those tools used by Indigenous peoples going back centuries, here birch bark as a surface for inscription. While Potawatomi people are still making textual and artistic objects out of birch bark, indicating their ongoing knowledge of these material relations, there's a disconnect in the scholarship about the booklets. Most scholars comment on the birch bark pages. They're hard to avoid as an amazing feature of the books, but they don't go much further. The actual story of how Potawatomi people brought print and birch bark together has remained a murky one. Instead, scholars' focus has remained on the booklets as souvenirs of the World's Fair that traded on collectors' desires for tourist art and mementos of Indigenous peoples. And I count myself in this body of scholars. I have a chapter in Assembled for Use that talks about the booklets at the fair and thinks through the ways in which they're revising Washington Irving's history of Columbus. So in part, I'm rethinking my own approach to the booklets, as well as the larger scholarship on it here. This superficial reading strangely also applies to the actual content of the booklets, which most scholars have skimmed past. So that's the thing I was trying to take up in the book chapter. I think one reason for this is that Pokagon's publisher, the Michigan lawyer Phineas H. Engel, claimed that Pokagon wrote the booklets as memorials to vanishing Indigenous peoples. And Engel's comments continue to be the most visible in the archives and those most recirculated in scholarly work. It continues to be difficult to see past Engel's reading, even though, as I've learned, it is factually inaccurate. Over the last few years, starting with what I thought would be a fairly straightforward question, who printed Pokagon's birch bark booklets? You can laugh now, as I know you all know it's not a straightforward question. I've been working to investigate the booklet's histories of production and circulation. So tonight, I want to outline a course toward a bibliography of birch bark and a bibliography of the Pokagon Potawatomi birch bark booklets in particular. My investments in bringing bibliographic methods to the birch bark booklets are threefold. One, I'm interested in how bibliographic methods might help us understand Pokagon's experimentation with the forms and relationship between birch bark and print. The birch bark pages, as I've noted, evoke a long history of Indigenous practices of using birch bark as a surface for inscription. And Pokagon brought these practices together with periodical and job printing by printing the booklets on the presses of the Hartford Dayspring, the weekly newspaper near Pokagon's home in Southwest Michigan. So I'm interested here in how bibliography might be more attuned to Indigenous bookmaking as we bring it together with these histories of birch bark making and of bookmaking. Two, Bibliographic methods help me locate material evidence of Indigenous people as readers, makers, and users of the booklets. And I'm seeking here to complicate scholarly assumptions that most pre-20th century Indigenous literature was read by white settler audiences. I'm also interested in the people who harvested the birch bark from the trees, split the bark into thin sheets, and then cut those sheets into pages. And I think that bibliographic methods can illuminate how the booklet circulation in the 19th century and beyond was at least in part the result of Potawatomi people's strategic action to place the booklets and their critique of colonialism into particular readers' hands and into repositories of memory. Finally, and most importantly for me, bibliographic research has allowed me to work on research questions of interest to Potawatomi communities and researchers. And it's allowed my scholarship to be in conversation with and of use to members of the Pokagon Band. This is especially important to me because I do my work on Potawatomi homelands, as I mentioned in the land acknowledgement. This talk originated as a research question: who printed Simon Pokagon's birchbark books? I pursued it in collaboration and consultation with Blair Morso, and then expanded at her invitation to contribute to an edition of Pokagon's booklets, which is forthcoming next year and that Blair is editing. For me, as a non-native scholar, this priority and method of collaboration are especially important for revising the disciplinary frameworks that often define research exigence and value, and for thinking through how my university and scholarly organizations and the resources can be oriented toward Indigenous communities. I want to also stress that I'm moving toward a bibliography of birchbark. So toward, because the fact that US printing, copyright, and publication systems privileged editors and authors means that men like Pokagon and his publisher, Phineas H. Ingle, are pretty visible in archival documents. But the many other Potawatomi people who harvested the birch bark and cut it into pages are much less so. So I use toward because the Indigenous peoples, both Potawatomi and from other tribal communities, who owned, read, cared for, and shared copies of the birch bark booklets are a critical part of this story that I'm still investigating. And toward because my talk reflects my contributions to this collaborative effort to produce an edition of the birch bark booklets with Morso and half a dozen other scholars, including library conservators and Pokagon Band language specialists. So toward, because my own participation in this collaboration and my talk tonight represent only one piece of the booklet's stories. So in what follows, I'll sketch this bibliography of the birch bark booklets, and we'll first give you a brief historical grounding on Pokagon and his community, just to make sure we're all on the same page there. The rest of this talk then proceeds in 3 sections. 1 on birch bark, its harvesting and temporalities. 2 on birch bark bookmaking, and a final section on reading and circulating the booklets, in which I'll discuss 4 copies of the rebuke or greeting and their owners. Okay, so let me quickly orient you to who Pokagon is and to some of the histories around the booklets in case they're new to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have in the Q&A around his history. Simon Pokagon lived in what is now Southwest Michigan on Potawatomi lands that the tribal nation still holds. In the 1880s and 90s, he was well known as one of the sons of the Potawatomi leader Leopold Pokagon, a man who was one of the signatories to the 1833 Treaty of Chicago. This treaty was a removal treaty. It sought the removal of all Indigenous peoples, including but not limited to Potawatomi peoples, from their homelands in what is currently Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin to lands west of the Mississippi River. Indeed, some Potawatomi communities were forced in 1838 to move to what was then Indian Territory and now live in what is Kansas and Oklahoma. This map, which is made by Potawatomi Band language specialist Kyle Malott, shows the locations of Potawatomi communities in the Great Lakes both before and after that 1833 treaty. Leopold Pokagon, Simon's father, negotiated sub-articles to the Treaty of 1833 that enabled his community to remain on some of their homelands. The Pokagon Band of Potawatomi, as that community is now called since the restoration of its federal recognition in 1994, spent the years between 1833 and 1896 petitioning the federal government for annuities that had been promised in that 1833 treaty, but incompletely paid. Simon Pokagon and other members of the community were well known in Michigan and throughout the Midwest for this diplomacy. I think this is likely how Pokagon and his editor, Phineas H. Engel, meet each other. Engel notarized some of the community's testimony for Congress. Finally, today, Pokagon is best known for the booklets that circulated at the 1893 Chicago World's Fair. The Red Man's Rebuke, a booklet reprinted with the alternate title, The Red Man's Greeting. I want to say just a quick note before going on about Pokagon's use of red man here in these titles. At the turn of the 20th century, several indigenous writers used this term to claim a position of critique that they framed as inaccessible to white settler audiences. This use of the term by indigenous writers contrasts its use by settler writers, who used the term to racialize indigenous nations and in this way to disavow indigenous sovereignty. And it's seen as a derogatory term in part for that reason today. So to give just two examples of indigenous writers' use of this term, there's the Mohawk writer E. Pauline Johnson's withering analysis of toxic settler gender politics and marriage in her 1893 short story, A Red Girl's Reasoning, and Dakota writer Charles Eastman's 1904 book, Red Hunters and the Animal People, an account of Dakota traditional stories. So I read Pokagon's use of red man in both the greeting and rebuke as participating in this indigenous literary practice. Okay, with that short background and context in mind, let's now turn to the booklets and their birch bark pages. In deciding to print on birch bark, Pokagon drew on an old and ongoing practice throughout the Great Lakes and beyond of using birch bark as a surface for inscription and design. These include making designs by biting sheets of birch bark. These are the two images on the left here by contemporary birch bark biting artists. These designs are made by folding a sheet of birch bark and then biting it, much as one would make a snowflake by folding a sheet of paper and then cutting designs in it. This history includes as well making quill-worked designs on birch bark, like the image on the far right. Indigenous people also use birch bark as a surface for inscriptions of words or shapes, using birch bark to make messages, boundary markers, and scrolls containing sacred knowledge. This history includes as well using birch bark as a material to make utilitarian objects that are also beautiful, from canoes to baskets. Pokagon himself offered what I think is bibliographic commentary on birch bark in 1898. And so I want to start my bibliography of birch bark there. In an article entitled Indian Native Skill, published in the periodical The Chautauquan, Pokagon criticized settler ethnographers for their gruesome obsession with indigenous people's bodies and burial grounds, and their fixation with reading such materials to describe what Pokagon called indigenous people's ancient history. Instead of being obsessed with the past, he suggests, settler scholars ought to look to the things indigenous people made from birch and ash trees, which would provide insight into what he calls, and I'm quoting him here, what our people are now and what they may become. It's in this context that he described the process of harvesting birch bark. He says, nature has richly provided this peculiar tree with two grades of bark, an inner gray bark which runs with the grain of the wood, and an outer bark, the grain of which runs round the tree at right angles to the inside gray bark. During each year, a layer of thin, tough, paper-like bark is found around the outside of the inner gray bark and under the previous year's bark growth. These sheets, being formed annually, cause the bark in time to become manifold, and as the tree increases in size, they must grow and expand so as to correspond with the increased diameter of the tree. During springtime, the various years' growth of bark can be separated and wound off in a single, double, or triple sheets so as to suit the kind of work desired. For some cause, these sheets of different years' growth vary in hues of red, white, and gold. Pokagon's description lays the foundation for a bibliography of birch bark by pointing to the stages through which bark is harvested and the relation between bark color and season. So let me talk through these stages a little bit with some images. What I want us to see here is not this man, probably dressed for a pageant that took place in northern Michigan in the late 19th, early 20th century, but the trees behind him, where you can see that strips of bark have been harvested. The photo shows how the birch bark used to make objects is the outer bark, and when used correctly, the seasonal growth of the bark will continue, allowing for future harvests. So the first stage is to carefully separate a sheet of birch bark from the tree and wind it off. Then the bark is split into the sheets that Pokagon references. This is an image of the Ojibwe birch bark binding artist and writer Denise Lajimodir peeling birch bark into thin sheets before she makes birch bark binding. And this is not my photo, but I've seen her peel the bark. And if you are very skilled, it is a very quick process. In addition to understanding the practice of stripping and peeling birch bark, Pokagon also directs us to observe the different colors of the bark, noting that darker bark was harvested in winter, lighter bark harvested in spring or summer is easier to peel into the thin strips needed for making birch bark bindings or for printing. Pokagon's booklets were printed on birch bark sheets of varying colors, with most of the pages consisting of lighter spring or summer bark and some darker sheets indicating that they're winter bark. Each page is unique, with some pages containing the imprints of burls. And the pages are even unique in their thickness and thinness of the sheets. Each one is really different. The booklets are small. They're about 3x5 to 2x4 inches. They're bound together with a ribbon, worked or sewn through 3 holes punched on the left side of the pages. In the 3 booklets printed after 1893, pages of birch bark have been folded into small folios. For the rebuke and greeting, single pages of birch bark have been printed on recto and verso. So as you can see here with the Rauner Library copy of the rebuke, that's the second from the left, and with the Pokagon Band copy of Algonquin Legends of Paw Paw Lake. So this is the next image. These are the 2 middle images. Some of the darker sheets are used for covers of the booklets. And this is true in a lot of the copies I've been able to consult. So it's possible, I think, that the Potawatomi people harvesting this bark decided that the winter growth bark, being a bit darker and tougher, would be ideal for the title page or cover. It is also possible that winter growth was harvested out of necessity. As this image suggests, birch bark was needed for the booklets as well as for other birch bark objects that Potawatomi people were making to sell or to display at a state of Michigan sponsored exhibit at the 1893 World's Fair. Potawatomi people were selling birch bark objects to settlers who were increasingly traveling to their homelands as summer tourists. And this was a way to sustain cultural practices and sustain livelihoods as the US and its land cessions meant that Native people had less and less access to the lands that they traditionally had been able to survive and flourish on. So the darker and lighter colors of the birch bark sheets register both seasonal time and Potawatomi people's environmental knowledge of trees and seasons. The annual growth of bark requires knowledge of specific trees from year to year, as well as careful harvesting to ensure that a harvest does not harm the tree, but that the bark will regrow to allow for future harvests. The unique pages of each booklet index the season when it was harvested, and as Pokagon put it, the different years' growth. The color of the pages represents materially the relationships among specific birch bark trees, annual harvests, and Potawatomi people's knowledge of those trees. This temporality, as Pokagon insists, is not one of vanishing or depletion, despite settlers' desire to read in Indigenous art and booklets a mythic past and, by extension, signs of a foreclosed future. Instead, birch bark objects and the skill required to craft them are oriented to recurrent, repeating, seasonal time, indexing an Indigenous present and future that is not organized along linear timelines of progress. So how do we get from harvesting birch bark to make books to printing on birch bark sheets? To understand this part of the story, we need to expand our geographic focus slightly from Potawatomi lands in southern Michigan to a place called Waganakasing in northern Michigan, near what's now called Little Traverse Bay. So the map on your left is made by Kyle Malott. It shows place names in the Potawatomi language for Potawatomi places throughout the Great Lakes. And the blue arrow near the top of the Michigan Peninsula is where Waganakasing is. I've also given you the Google Maps version just so you can see the relation between the two places. Okay. So we're going to think with Waganakasing in northern Michigan. It's near what's now called Little Traverse Bay. In this next section, I'm going to tell a chapter in this history that understands birch bark bookmaking in relationship to Indigenous geographies and relations across tribal nations. This story involves two Odawa people known to Pokagon and his family, Andrew J. Blackbird and his sister Margaret Boyd. And Boyd is the middle woman in the image on the right. Pokagon and Blackbird were classmates in the 1840s at the Twinsburg Institute in Ohio, and Pokagon made frequent references to Blackbird's history of the Odawa and Chippewa Indians of Michigan, published in 1887, in his own autobiographical novel, Queen of the Woods, which was published posthumously in 1899. In the late 19th century, Blackbird and Boyd were making and selling birch bark objects to tourists who began coming north to Waganakesing during the summers. Boyd, in particular, used objects made from birch bark as what literary scholar Daniel Radis has called an instrument of Odawa advocacy, both in Michigan and on an 1876 diplomatic trip to Washington, D.C. In that 1876 trip, Boyd brought with her petitions to give to President Grant, as well as baskets and a small birch bark canoe, in part as gifts and in part to sell on the way to cover the cost of her train fare. Boyd also used birch bark for bookmaking. She made a book cover out of birch bark and quill-worked designs for a copy of her brother's history. The siblings gifted this book to Georgiana Owen, a member of the Women's National Indian Organization, who had assisted Blackbird in editing and publishing the book. Boyd's and Blackbird's birch bark advocacy and bookmaking laid the groundwork for the rebuke and greeting by bringing birch bark and the book together, and by indicating how birch bark objects might be put to what Pokagon called domestic use and to the diplomatic uses that Boyd was putting them to. There's also another birch bark book with connections to Waganakesing that was printed in the 1890s and that we have to consider as part of this history. This book was likely influenced by Blackbird's and Boyd's bookmaking, even as it also likely served as a testing ground for printing on birch bark before the rebuke and greeting were printed. This is a birch bark booklet entitled Bayview the Beautiful. It's printed in 1892, and it's written by a man named William A. Ingle. He is a Hartford, Michigan physician and an amateur poet, and he is the brother of none other than the booklet's publisher, one Cineas H. Ingle. Bayview the Beautiful is a pretty bad poem praising Waganakesing, which had been recently renamed Bayview by American settlers. The Ingles are traveling to Waganakesing as tourists in the 1880s and 90s, part of an early wave of settlers who were going up there to establish summer homes and to have church meetings on Odawa lands. This is happening even as Odawa people, Blackbird and Boyd among them, were contesting settlers' occupation of lands purchased by Odawa families. It seems from what I can tell in the documentary evidence that Cineas Ingle met Blackbird during one of these trips, and Ingle certainly observed the making and selling of birch bark objects before he himself became involved in doing so. Like the rebuke and greeting, Bayview is printed on birch bark pages that are about 3 by 5 inches. Copies of Bayview were tied with a ribbon woven through 3 holes punched on the left side of the pages, exactly as the pages of Pokagon's booklets are stitched together. In addition to the engraving of the fan on its title page, Bayview features woodcut illustrations of Little Traverse Bay and other scenes, raising the possibility that the same engraver made the map in the rebuke and greeting that's entitled Chicago in My Grandfather's Days. And I know this image is a little tough to see, the one on the right, but it shows the Chicago River coming in from Lake Michigan with indigenous people in canoes on the water and indigenous homes across the land there. I think it's also likely that Bayview the Beautiful was printed on the jobbing press of the Hartford Dayspring newspaper. So remember, this is the local newspaper in the town where the Ingles lived and near which Pokagon lived. I have not located the same explicit documentation showing that Bayview was printed on the Dayspring presses that I have for the rebuke and greeting, but I think it is most likely that the Dayspring printed the Ingles brothers' birch bark books. The Dayspring printer regularly did print jobs for the brothers in the 1890s, printing ads and notices they placed, as well as one of William Ingles' giant books of poetry. Bayview, Michigan newspapers published only during the summer months. And so I think that working on Bayview would have allowed the Dayspring printer to experiment with the right amount of pressure to use when pressing the birch bark sheets between the type and iron press, perhaps allowing him to feel how durable the thin birch bark pages were, and to understand how ink might interact with the birch bark pages, all several months before he printed the rebuke. In the summer of 1893, newspaper reports have Cineas Ingle selling copies of Bayview alongside the greeting at what is called a bazaar, that's in newspaper reports, at Waganakising. The documentation as to the exact relationship between these two booklets is incomplete as of yet, and so I want to think through a couple of possibilities with you. One might be that Ingle observed Blackbird's and Boyd's birchbark bookmaking and decided to try to print on birchbark, with Pokagon then deciding to build on the interest in Indigenous books and birchbark objects with the rebuke and greeting. Another possibility is that it was Pokagon who connected Blackbird, Boyd, and Ingle, and that Pokagon or Boyd initiated the idea to print on birchbark, with William Ingle's poem functioning as a sort of experiment ahead of the rebuke. Regardless of the sequence of events here, Pokagon's book differs from W.A. Ingle's in several significant ways, in the description of the book's relationship to birchbark and in the book's respective uses, and I'll just briefly outline these. First, both booklets describe birchbark trees along the lakes near Waganakising, but in very different ways. We can compare the two here side by side, and you'll note that each addresses the various objects that Indigenous people make from birchbark, while ending with quite different understandings of settlers and their occupations of Indigenous lands and the consequences of that occupation for Indigenous peoples. And I'll just note here that Pokagon copies lines from several poems in the rebuke and greeting. He also copies and revises, but does not cite part of Washington Irving's History of the Life and Voyages of Columbus. So I'm really unsurprised here by the intertextual resonances between these two booklets. This is very much in Pokagon's mode. So you can see here that William Ingle wrote about the various objects that Indigenous people make out of birchbark, and then turns to describe birchbark trees as lining the shores of Little Traverse Bay. I'm going to read the italicized section of this. He says, thanks to the pioneers of that lovely resort who spared from axe and fire a segment of nature's wreath that once decorated the beautiful shore. We can compare this with Pokagon's greeting and rebuke, where Pokagon explains his use of birchbark as a material for the booklets and, like Ingle, places it into conversation with the many ways Indigenous peoples use birchbark. He changes the last line of the dedication, however, saying, originally the shores of our northern lakes and streams were fringed with it an evergreen, and the white, charmingly contrasted with the green, mirrored from the water, was indeed beautiful. But like the red man, this tree is vanishing from our forests. In this version, Pokagon refused to express gratitude to the people Ingle called pioneers of that lovely resort. Instead, he represented the effects of clear-cutting forests to establish resorts and settler cities and to harvest lumber as affecting both birch trees and Indigenous people alike, linking their experiences of settler colonialism and making clear their interdependence. Printing this criticism in the rebuke and greeting alongside his critique of Columbus, Pokagon also tied these local acts of environmental disruption to the history of colonialism across the Americas. The second difference between these two booklets is the respective uses to which they were put. With Bayview the Beautiful, the Ingles began to repackage as curiosities the diplomatic materials that Boyd was making to try to secure Odawa lands for Odawa people. Even as it depends on Indigenous practices of harvesting and making objects with birchbark, Bayview the Beautiful elides the specific material conditions of land acquisition that made possible the resorts where the Ingles were observing this birchbark work. The Ingles' use of birchbark traded on the desires of Michigan settlers to possess objects that evoked Indigenous artistic practices without having to confront the ongoing political status of Indigenous nations, a status that was under threat, but still held by both Odawa and Pokagon Band people. I think we can see Ingle's attempt to separate the birchbark books from histories of colonialism and from Indigenous diplomacy as doing the work of what Kevin Brunel has called settler memory, which he defines as a repetitive, persistent process in which Indigenous peoples are woven into the American past and outside the political present. And that's a quote from Brunel. In contrast to these uses, Pokagon utilized the souvenir category as an engine of circulation for the birchbark books, even while complicating that category and its meanings at the same time. For Pokagon, as we know from his 1898 comments, birchbark holds temporalities that exceed the commemorative time of the souvenir and the fading time of settler fantasies of Native peoples. As a result, the rebuke and greeting were, and I think still are, in an ambivalent relationship to the souvenir and its promise to commemorate past experiences. The booklets do announce their relationship to the World's Fair on the title pages, and they are explicitly framed as being part of that event. But tracing the booklet's bibliography complicates this reading. There turn out to be several printings of the booklets after the fair, and those reprinted copies, despite still referencing the fair, are not used as souvenirs. So I want to turn in this last section of the talk to the printing history of the rebuke and greeting, and then to describe evidence we have for some of their readers, paying particular attention to 4 copies and to where Potawatomi people are in the booklet's travels. As I've mentioned, the rebuke and greeting were printed in the spring of 1893, as early as March, when the first notice of the booklets appeared in the Chicago Tribune. A few months later, the Hartford Day Spring reported that the booklets were being printed on its presses across a 10-day period in May 1893. So this timeline might mean that Potawatomi people were harvesting spring and summer bark for the booklets, although I think we also have to consider the possibility that some of the bark had been harvested in previous years and that there was a store that people were drawing on. Several copies of the rebuke and greeting share a typeface and layout for the title page, and I think these are from that 1893 printing, that spring printing. The rebuke was printed first, and then the title page, copyright page, and dedication page reset for the greeting. Here is some of the evidence that bears this out. In the copies of the rebuke that share a title page, layout, and typeface with the greeting, Pokagon's first name is misspelled with an M at the end of the word, Simum. The printer reset this page for the greeting, correcting the spelling error. He reset the dedication page as well, changing some uppercase letters to lower and adding the name of Emma Sickles. She's a collector for the Chicago World's Fair. She's also one of the primary contacts through whom Pokagon and Ingle were circulating the first copies of the greeting. It was Sickles who arranged for the booklets to travel, but not first to Chicago, as we have assumed, but first to New York City for the New York Press Club Fair. The first Hartford Day Spring article to mention the booklets on May 12, 1893, indicates that the first large order for the booklets came from the New York Press Club Fair, where the booklets were to be part of a so-called Indian exhibit. About 10 days later, the Day Spring noted that Sickles had received the booklets and was placing them for sale at the fair. As this reference to both an exhibit and to Indians suggests, the greeting was accompanied by about 60 to 100 Potawatomi people in their travels to New York and then Chicago. I haven't been able to identify the names of these peoples yet, but newspaper accounts of the New York Fair indicate that about 60 Potawatomi people were present there. And Dave Beck's careful archival research on the Columbian Exposition has made clear that slightly more Potawatomi people were present in Chicago, employed as what the fair called entertainers. So I think we need to consider these Potawatomi people as potential readers, both of the booklets and of settler purchasers' reactions to them, and to consider that Potawatomi people who had participated in making the booklets may have traveled alongside them. Commentators on the booklets completely erased or ignored these Potawatomi people, reading the rebuke and greeting through 19th century settler lenses that associated Indigenous people with nature. One New York paper, in an article reprinted in the Day Spring, described the greeting as, quote, an Indian book. The paper explained, "It is a beautifully printed volume, not of paper, but of birch bark, a dainty little souvenir entitled Red Man's Greeting." Other newspaper reports called the booklets quaint and a dainty bit of nature, repeating that phrase again. While these notices gloss one set of categories for interpreting the booklets, examining the histories of specific copies and attending to the presence of Potawatomi people shows that these are far from the only ways that the rebuke and greeting and their birchbark pages were understood. So let's take a look at these 4 copies that give some sense of that range of interpretation. This copy of the greeting is likely from the May 1893 printing, and it resides today at Houghton Library at Harvard. It was donated by an alumnus, Samuel Boardman, then president of Maryville College in Tennessee. His accompanying letter indicates one motivation that purchasers had for obtaining the greeting. Boardman viewed the greeting as what he called a curious production on birch bark by an Indian chief. And he wrote that he, quote, paid the chief $1 for it, a willing bargain with a fading race. He wrote to the Houghton that the booklet was worthy, it seems to me, of preservation among the treasures of Harvard, in library or museum, which should contain all that relates to our Indian tribes. Boardman sent the copy to Harvard shortly after purchasing it. The arrival date is stamped on one of its pages, September 1893. Acting in its capacity as a souvenir of the fair, and in Boardman's telling of Indigenous people themselves, the copy of the greeting read in this way is imagined as belonging to an archive where it can be preserved. This reading of the greeting was certainly prevalent in the 1890s, and I think we can see echoes of Ingalls' tourist bazaar here in the understanding of the booklet as souvenir and archival object. And that also echoes in readings from contemporary scholars. A second copy of the greeting, held at the Newberry Library now, adds to this story about the booklet's circulation at the fair. It shows that Boardman's analysis and response are not representative. This copy of the greeting is accompanied by a promotional sheet in which the booklet's title is listed as the Red Man's Rebuke. Rebuke is crossed out and greeting written above. This sheet matches one described by the Chicago journalist and Pokagon, the Chicago journalist and Tribune contributor, Teresa Dean. She wrote in a July 23rd, 1893 column, "The other night there came to me a little booklet made from the bark of the white birch tree. On the cover it said, 'The Red Man's Greeting' by Chief Pokagon. In an accompanying circular were the words 'Red Man's Rebuke,' with the word rebuke crossed with an ink line and greeting written above. I read the little book through before retiring, and somehow its touching words made me understand better than ever before the woes and wrongs of the Indians from their standpoint." Dean then went on to consider the Columbian Exposition through the framework the greeting provides, reading the fair as a celebration of what she calls a discovery that to Native people has been a death knell. Dean's article suggests that Pokagon decided after the printing of the advertisement to send the greeting, not the rebuke, to the World's Fair. And her comment indicates that Pokagon was already sending copies of the booklets to journalists in Chicago ahead of his own visit to the fair in October. Newspapers here become engines of publicity and circulation, as well as printing infrastructures. Dean's comments indicate that if readings like Boardman's view of the greeting as a curious production indexing a fading race were present at the fair, this was only one possible interpretation. Dean's interest in understanding the wrongs of the Indians from their standpoint indicates that the booklets generated alternate, skeptical readings of the fair and its celebrations of Columbus. So as I've said, the scholarly narrative has it that Pokagon initially began by printing the rebuke and then changed the title to the greeting before sending those copies to Chicago, with the idea being that the latter title was more palatable to possible purchasers at the World's Fair. But the story does not end with that first reprinting. Evidence from Dayspring columns and Pokagon's and Ingalls' correspondence with publishers indicate that it was copies of the rebuke that were being recirculated, and that it was the rebuke that was being reprinted as late as 1904, interestingly after Pokagon's death. There are several different title pages for copies of the rebuke, as you can see here, and it's likely that the Dayspring printers, probably different people, given the frequent turnover of owners at the newspaper, reset the type for these later title pages. In the late 1890s, Pokagon was selling copies of the rebuke through the philanthropist organization, the Women's National Indian Association, and at least one reprinting of the rebuke happened for that purpose. The association's periodical, The Indian's Friend, offered the rebuke for sale alongside the History of the Odawa Nation by Pokagon's friend Andrew J. Blackbird and the Penobscot Abenaki writer Joseph Nicolar's 1893 Life and Traditions of the Red Man. So we might see this as an early instance of how literatures by Indigenous writers started to be marketed as Indigenous literatures. And the NWIA was offering the booklet for sale alongside other birch bark items made by Potawatomi people, including birch bark boxes, placemats, needle books, and napkin rings, probably many of the objects in the photographs here, which appear in Pokagon's novel, Queen of the Woods. Sending these materials into circulation along with the rebuke placed the booklet within a continuum of Potawatomi literature and material culture. This moment reflects how the booklets brought print into relation with birch bark without replacing other longstanding and ongoing uses for birch bark. These items for sale likewise indicate the presence and labor of many Potawatomi people, primarily women, who continue to be involved in harvesting birch bark and making objects for sale. Finally, I'm going to end with a copy of the rebuke now held at the American Antiquarian Society. There are several names inscribed on the pages, including A.J. Crichton, C.H. Sawyer, and in the Potawatomi language, Ajau Aushkugijik. In sharing images of this copy with Pokagon band language specialist Kyle Malott, he noted that this word is a man's name, and he translates it into English as wind all across the sky. Malott speculates this may have been Pokagon's name, but he also notes he's not seen such a name for Pokagon before. So we end speculatively. Who inscribed this name into the pages of the rebuke? A Potawatomi reader who recognized this booklet as part of their historical, environmental, bibliographic, and literary heritage and sought to own it, perhaps before exchanging it with another owner. A settler owner who obtained a booklet from a book dealer, perhaps in a place where he asked a Potawatomi person to translate a name into the pages. I'm still working toward trying to answer these questions, but I think the inscription asks us to remember that Potawatomi people, in addition to being makers of the booklets, were also owners and readers of them. So I want to conclude by returning to Pokagon's comment in his article, Indian Native Skill, that birch bark indicates what Potawatomi people are now and what they might become, to reflect briefly on the multidimensional temporalities required of a bibliography of birch bark. If one of the bibliographic features of the birch bark books is that they combine what we're seeing as ancient surfaces for inscription, birch bark, with technologies for inscription associated with modernity, the letterpress, Pokagon revises this set of associations to insist on a futurity held in birch bark. In doing so, he upsets the temporality associated with several bibliographic forms. He marries Prince reproducibility with the souvenir's ephemerality, and then combines both with birch bark's durability and non-reproducibility. Every sheet of birch bark is different, as I've said, no one page the same as the next, and each more durable than paper. Even if owners, as I think probably happened, discarded their copies of the booklets or donated them to an archive like Boardman, potentially transforming them into artifacts, their materiality insists on longer timescales than the souvenir or booklet or even the archive usually invoke. Add to this the serial reprintings of the rebuke, no longer oriented to the fair or the anniversary of Columbus's travels in 1492, but continuing to rebuke colonial narratives of Indigenous vanishing. And we can think as well of the Pokagon band's work to bring copies of the booklets home to the tribal archive, where, far from being artifacts preserved, they are living embodiments of Potawatomi people's histories, homelands, and relations. We might see this as further demonstration at the scale of both the page and the archive of Pokagon's observation that birch bark demonstrates what Potawatomi people are now and what they might become. Thanks. Erin says she is getting mics for Q&A.
Is this thing on?
Okay, great. Are we on? We're on. This is on. Great. So I will stand on this side of the room. Vice President Megan Pizer is going to moderate the discussion. So I will sort of hand mics off, and so will Megan as we move forward.
Halito, I just want to say, Yakoke Chimegwich, thank you so much for that gorgeous talk. And thank you all for being here and learning and listening together. Opening here the floor for questions. I know there will be many. If you'll get your hand up, either Erin or I will come find you. So questions.
I have a very simple question. Do you know approximately how many copies there are with all the reprints and so on in institutions? Or
There are about 30 total. So one of the things I've been trying to do is see them all. And because I started this work in the fall of 2020, I have relied on the generosity of archivists and librarians to share photographs. But I'm going off WorldCat, so those are the ones I know about. I think others must be out there.
Hello. I have a question about the substrate, the birch bark itself. You've referred to it as being, I don't want to put words in your mouth, stronger than paper or more durable than paper. Can you say any more about that?
Yeah.
Is it acidic like paper made from trees?
Yes. So partly I'm drawing on Pokagon's own language for this. Partly I'm thinking about the fact that birch bark is used as a material with which to make canoes. And so it's treated with a resin to make it stick together and ensure that it's durable. this is where we get to the piece of the story that the other collaborators in the edition are working on. So 2 library conservators, Marika Kay at the Clements Library at Michigan and Oa Soblom, who worked at the Houghton but is now at another institution, are working particularly on the question of how to preserve birch bark in an archive. So I can refer you to their article forthcoming in the edition for a full discussion of birch bark and its qualities, if that's okay. Thanks.
I've got another sort of logistical question.
Yeah.
So, you raised the possibility passingly about setting up a store of birch bark to facilitate the printing process.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, to sort of think about that question and the sort of necessity of perhaps doing that.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of print runs do we think we're dealing with here? I mean, this is always one of these challenges with sort of quasi-ephemeras, that you have this inverse relationship, survival. I'd just be curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I wish I knew the answer to that question. My archive for this has been the Hartford Dayspring. And so I've just read through as many copies of the 1893 paper as I could. I think there's probably more to find in that paper and when I get to, it's not on newspapers.com or any of the databases. So I got to go to Western Michigan, which I'm excited to do. It does not say anything about press runs. It says a large order. It's hard to, with like going to the New York Press Club Fair, but we don't know what large means. So we do know that the Hartford Dayspring is your kind of standard small town weekly newspaper. It's doing a lot of jobbing work to kind of keep itself afloat. It's not a place where we're doing like a lot of like fast and big jobs. So I'm sorry to only speculate. I totally wish I knew. And if you have thoughts on how to help shape that question in a way that would be more productive. Yeah. 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 Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hi, thank you. This is amazing. And I have a question about, you mentioned, so Pokagon's relationship to a discussion of Columbus through Irving.
Yeah.
And especially thinking to his close relationship with print, it reminds probably many people of William Apis.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you have anything to say about that.
Yeah.
Pokagon's placement of himself in a longer tradition of indigenous writing.
Yeah.
And also part of that, the role of birch bark itself. You mentioned birch bark as an inscription, but it's also in book bindings as well. Yes. And so I'm wondering if there's any discussion in the text of earlier usages of birch bark for bookmaking, either as a writing surface or for things like bindings.
Yeah. Not in Pokagon's text itself. He talks in the slide where I compared with Ingalls' preface, right? So this is sort of his discussion of what birch bark is used to make and to do by Potawatomi people. So he does not discuss its use in other moments in the Red Man's Rebuke or Greeting itself. And I think Indian Native Skill is the only other place in his writings that I've found where he discusses birch bark as a kind of process. I think it's possible there are other periodical writings of his that we haven't looked for and don't know about. So I think it's possible there were other things there. So I want to hold out that possibility. I think he absolutely belongs in a literary tradition that we can take back to William Apis and Indian nullification in 1835, where Apis is pulling extracts from newspapers talking about the so-called nullification crisis, where, sorry to summarize, but just so people know, Mashpee people on Cape Cod had said, the laws of Massachusetts should not apply to us, and we are our own sovereign governing tribal nation. And so Apis is sort of in this fascinating kind of print ecosystem, pulling pieces from newspapers that are covering this controversy and putting it into Indian nullification. That's what you're thinking about, yeah? Just to make sure. Okay. I would also put him into conversation with somebody like Carlos Montezuma. In the 1916 to 1922, Montezuma is publishing a periodical called Wasaja in Chicago. And he is also pulling quotations from other writers, other Native people who are writing into the newsletter, as well as the Bureau of Indian Affairs publications. So I think that we could trace this long history of intertextuality in that way. There's also the ways that Pokagon is like rewriting Irving to critique the facts he gets historically incorrect around Columbus's colonization of the Caribbean. And so I think that's also something that APIS is up to. So I hope that helps. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer on the birch bark question, but we'll keep asking. Just a question.
Hi, Kelly. I could ask you this on the stairwell just as well, but I'll ask it here. You referred to something that was printed in 1892 as a possible test run for, the fair brochures, and you referred to a job press. Do you know anything about the press or presses that were used and how much experimentation was done, and were they all the things, probably done on the same kinds of presses?
It's such a good question. Thank you, Alice, for it. I am speculating here with the informed help of Fritz Swanson, who's a letterpress printer at University of Michigan, who was part of this group that gathered on Zoom in 2020 and the winter of 2021 to talk about the booklets and try to think together about how they might have been produced. So I'm going on Hartford Dayspring newspaper articles that talk in the early 1900s about the arrival of a cylinder press, and some discussion in early 1893 papers of the press they're using. And then working with Fritz, who's speculating there's probably also a small jobbing press that they're using as well. He speculates a Pearl number 3, but there is actually very little explicit discussion of the process of printing the booklets, like the thing we really want them to actually say, they just don't talk about at all. I felt so lucky to actually have them say like, oh, we're actually doing this job right now. But there, as you saw, just very little notices. So that's where I am right now. And hope that we can discover more. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that talk. It was, as many have said, really fabulous. I'm really curious about this object as souvenir.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, one, if you've sort of theorized about, how it operated as a souvenir and the sort of, again, like the theory of the souvenir, but also what other souvenirs were sold alongside with it.
Yeah.
And were they similar in tone? Were they sending a different message? Were they memorializing different points of view? And how does that help us think about this object?
Yes.
Thank you.
There are a couple of things I could say here, and I could talk for a long time about this, so I'll try to be brief. There's so much souvenir ephemera at the 1893 World's Fair, as you may know, and I know many people in this room. I'm gesturing toward Alice again because the Newberry has a large collection of them. And they range from things like maps and photographs to things made specifically for the fair. Pokagon himself, I think, is imagined by the organizers of Chicago Day, this sort of pageant that happens in October, as not necessarily being a souvenir, but functioning much like a souvenir in that he is imagined as commemorating past histories. So the newspaper descriptions of him position him as someone who is a kind of stand-in for his father, and someone who kind of embodies the indigenous past that Chicago was now kind of positioning itself to replace. So I think there's those things happening about Pokagon himself and his kind of embodied presence at the fair. There's some discussion that the booklet was sold on the Midway Plaisance, but I haven't been able to actually, which is the like exotic villages in quotations area of the fair, but I haven't actually been able to nail that down. We also do know that copies of the booklets were prepared initially for, and in fact lived in, the state of Michigan exhibit. There's also a kind of local souvenir element of this. And on the return from the New York Press Club Fair, they are sold at William Ingalls drugstore as an item of local interest. So I'm kind of rattling facts, but what I'm trying to sort of get at here is the ways that I think place and occasion intersect with the idea of the souvenir in terms of how people are understanding the booklets. And that differs a little bit depending on where they are and where they're purchasing a copy of the booklet. Thanks for the question.
Thank you so much for your questions, y'all. We're going to wrap up here so that we have, I know there's just so much that we could say. I want to make sure that we give one more great thanks. So Kelly, for an amazing talk today.
You know what's.
Do we have a break?
No, we're gonna just, it's gonna be like 20 minutes rapid fire annual meeting straight on. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. And we're going to have our annual meeting right now. So I'm opening the meeting. Again, my name is Caroline Duracell-Mellish, and I'm the president of the Bibliographical Society. And trying to find my notes here. Here we go. Good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you have enjoyed the papers this afternoon as much as I have. They've been really wonderful. Thank you again for all our speakers. Today's meeting is taking place at Convene at 530 Fifth Avenue in New York City. And about 78 people are in attendance. Many more are attending the meeting online. When we settled on this venue a while ago, we assumed that because of the pandemic, there would be fewer people attending in person. We were also conscious of the sky-high cost of rental space in New York City in an age of hybrid meetings. We are delighted to see and amazed to see so many people today and wanting to attend this meeting. We regret that we could not accommodate everyone, but next year we will gather in a larger venue, welcoming our greater community to gather in person. Having been BSA's president now for a year, I am regularly impressed by the number of things that BSA members accomplish. Putting this in perspective, 61 BSA members are volunteering on the council, 12 committees, 2 working groups, and 2 subcommittees. I could not be more grateful for all the work that you are doing. This is huge. A lot of people. Thank you also for today's volunteers who are helping in making this event going smoothly. And thank you very much to Erin McGurl, Executive Director. Without whom it would not be possible to be here today. Where is Erin? Oh, hello. This year, several council members and committee chairs are rotating off. Thank you very much to all of you for your work on behalf of BSA. I would like to especially thank David van der Meulen, who served as BSA delegate to ACLS for 20 years. we have a special calligraphic certificate to present to David, which is really beautiful in recognition of his service. David, we hope that you are watching from home and we miss you here in New York. Thank you again. I also would like to thank and welcome our incoming chairs and council members who are joining or renewing their term on the council, and committee members who are becoming involved in the society for the first time. This is heartening to see so many new people who want to work for BSA. The society could not function as well without its generous donors. I would like to thank this year's sponsors of the annual meeting who are making today's event possible. We would not be able to offer so many fellowships without the support of our donors. And here I would like to thank for their continuing support, Bruce and Mary Crawford and Barbara Scheller, sponsors of the Dorothy Porter Wesley Fellowship, the Pine Tree and the Peck Stackpole Foundations, sponsors respectively of several BSA fellowships. Likewise, the New Scholars Program is generously funded by George Hong, an anonymous donor. I'm also happy to report that thanks to the gift of another anonymous donor, a new award, the D.F. Mackenzie New Scholar Award, has been recently established for the New Scholars Program. I am proud to be part of a BSA that continues to build the culture of philanthropy that Barbara Scheller worked to establish during her term as president. One major accomplishment this year has been meeting our challenge grant goal of $22,000. I would like to thank current and former council members who created and supported the 2022 challenge grant and everyone who helped us reach it through the annual fund. This fundraising success is helping to support the multiple activities of the society. You will hear shortly from Vice President Megan Pizer and Executive Director Erin McGurl about some of the key developments of the year 2022. This year, the Council has established a list of exciting new projects to focus on. You will see the results of this work in the coming year, so stay tuned. Another important event this year was the reduction to almost zero of BSS portfolio exposure to fossil fuels. Recognizing that climate change and related extreme weather pose an existential threat to the preservation of cultural heritage materials that bibliographers work with, the Council and Investment Committee agreed that the Society's mission is well served by a move toward divestment from fossil fuel equities. Thank you all for being part of BSA. Let me now turn the meeting over to Vice President Megan Pizer.
Halito. So Hochifoya Megan Pizer, Chata Oyosia, Beverly Payne, Supokni, Barry Pizer, Anki, Oklahoma Atachata, Owawi Antinag Atali. Hello, my name is Megan Pizer. I am a citizen of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, the granddaughter of Beverly Payne, the daughter of Barry Pizer. Our removal lands are in Oklahoma, but I do my work and live as a guest in Wawiantinag, where the curved shores meet, currently called Detroit, the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Anishinaabe people, specifically of the Three Fires Confederacy, comprising of the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi. Our Land Acknowledgement Committee is working carefully to craft an official land acknowledgement statement for BSA. This is an undertaking that requires time and care, requires a commitment to Indigenous communities and discussions with Native leadership. It requires a deep understanding of the so-called United States past, and I commend the committee for continuing to take great care in their work to craft a land acknowledgement statement for BSA that we can stand behind
with actions, not just empty words. As an Indigenous woman, however, I could not come to this gathering without a land acknowledgement. You see, land acknowledgements are part of Indigenous tradition since time immemorial, though they are newly adopted by settler institutions. When we gather, we acknowledge the Great Mother that makes our lives possible. We acknowledge the lands that birthed and grew us, and the land that makes our sacred gathering with our relatives possible in that moment. Together, I have the great privilege to stand with you all today on the traditional and ancestral homelands and waters of the Lenape people. The Lenape were forcibly removed from their homelands by settler colonists, first put under the jurisdiction of the Six Nations, and during the removal period were pushed to what is currently known as Canada, Kansas, and Oklahoma. I come with gratitude for their honorable stewardship of this land and acknowledge that my being here as an uninvited guest is the result of government-sanctioned genocide, land theft, and orchestrated violence that continues today. BSA honors our commitment to the Lenape people and this land through paying a reparations land tax to Lenape Land Trust. If you are a guest on this land, I invite you to do the same. The PayPal information for the land trust is here on the screen. Yakoke Chimegwich to my Lenape kin. Thank you. All right, I want to give you a short shout out to just some of the work that our committees have done the past year, knowing that I cannot possibly acknowledge all of their caring labor in the time that I have. Financially, the audit committee transitioned us to a new auditing firm. The Policies and Procedures Manual Working Group, in addition to completing the bylaws revision, including virtual elections, hooray, also completed the revision of the finance section in November, a absolutely huge undertaking. The Investments Committee revised our investments policy and led the way for our divestment from fossil fuels, an action that aligns with our equity action plan and shows the long-term care for BSA under climate change. And our Development Committee has ensured that we met our challenge grant goal and has successfully funded the Dorothy Porter Fellowship. Another hurrah. Publications-wise, the Publications Committee are rethinking the future of our bibliographical imprints. BibSite was launched earlier this year with great success, and the Digital Strategy Working Group is continuing their labor on the website redesign, which will support transparent sharing of information to our members and increase the accessibility of our digital content. The PBSA redesign is underway and is looking fantastic. The membership working group officially became a standing committee and have taken on the management of the newsletter to streamline communications with our membership. Our fellowship committee reviewed 38 applications last year and awarded 15 fellowships and will be continuing that work for the next award cycle this month. Our nominating committee brought us our slate for the council class of 2026. The new scholars committee received dozens of competitive applications to award the prizes to our wonderful 2023 cohort and continues to revise the specifics of this program for transparency and the best support of emerging scholars in the field. The events committee organized 14 events this year with more in-person components than last year while still maintaining a virtual and hybrid option. This accessible commitment to both in-person and virtual events is evident in the over 1,400 subscribers to our YouTube channel and the almost 30,000 views of BSA YouTube videos. Yeah, I sat and did that math and was shocked. You guys, you're really watching those videos. This work would not have been possible without the Liaisons Committee, which continues to shape and strengthen our partnership with peer organizations. It has been an honor to work with the chairs this year, especially those outgoing who are moving on for their valuable work at the BSA. Liz Ott, the chair of the membership committee, Nick Wilding, the chair of the publications committee, Hope Mayo and Haven Hawley, chairs for the fellowship committee, and Kathy Parisian, chair of the BSA Liaisons Committee. We've done all of this work while ushering in a policy of a compassionate accountability, where we check in on one another and encourage equitable labor commitments amongst our committee members and leaders. Thank you so much to all of you for making time for BSA in your busy lives. This thriving community would not exist without you. I see you. Thanks.
Hi. That's not me. So, hello, welcome everyone. It's so nice
to be here with all of you. I know you've heard from me for months to get everything together. And it's just, this is a hard week for me. I work long days, and the thing that keeps me going, my metaphor lately is gas in the tank, is all of your faces and enthusiasm. Like truly, it just keeps me going to see everybody all together. So thank you so much. To all those watching from home or somewhere else that isn't here, we're so glad to be able to broadcast our program to you. And I want to thank the staff here at Convene, as well as our videographer, Jana Dagdagan, whose production and technology expertise make that possible. I cannot do this without them. I know this. I know this venue isn't exactly what most of us in the library, academic, and book collecting worlds are used to. It does seem really fancy, but yeah, which actually it's like, oh, it's humane. There's beverages and food for us the whole time. Like, can you imagine? We might need to eat or drink. But I want to commend this company and its staff for welcoming us back each year, not only as a host, but also as a sponsor. And you make my job so much easier. I also want to thank the 5 volunteers who are at the back of the room: Charlotte Priddle, Jasmine Sykes-Kunk, Tad Bamer, Kelly Bullard, and Charles Tolkien Gillett. They were here early this morning to help set up our publications display, our name badge table, and also the membership table that's over at the side. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm here to report briefly on our progress on the Equity Action Plan, the EAP. In November 2020, the council and officers approved a detailed plan outlining actions that we are taking to create a more equitable BSA. As stated in the EAP, material texts created by/for and all texts studied by members of underrepresented groups deserve better representation within all forms of bibliographical scholarship. Everyone deserves a professional community that values their work and provides meaningful, equitable opportunities for advancement in various ways. We want the BSA to be one of those spaces where everyone feels valued and welcome. We print quarterly reports in every issue of PBSA, so rather than go into a detailed account of everything we have done, I'm just going to highlight some major milestones. Co-editors of PBSA, Sarah Werner and Jesse Erickson, are making good on the EAP's commitment to broadening the content coverage of the journal and securing significant representation of members of underrepresented groups on the advisory board. So as Megan Pizer just said, a redesign of the journal will be launched with the March issue of PBSA. It looks awesome. I'm so excited. And that happened thanks to the support of an anonymous donor. I urge you to read it carefully. I won't spill the beans on the new PBSA advisory board, but I'm excited about the new look of the journal and very proud to have so many of the brightest lights in the field working with Drs. Werner and Erickson in an advisory capacity. President Caroline Duracell-Mellish and I worked together to finalize guiding values for diversity, equity, and inclusion for the nominating committee in 2022, sharing them with the nominating committee and posting them to our website early in the summer. I'm so lucky to have such a brilliant, intellectually generous, and committed group of council members, and I look forward to working with new voices in BSA leadership in the years to come. The Policy and Procedures Manual Working Group is busy. I'm looking at all of you who are on that group. You're the best. And one of the most important things that that group has achieved has been a policy for committee appointments and term limits for all BSA committee and working group volunteers. In the past few years, we've welcomed dozens of new volunteers onto BSA committees. Our organization is enriched by their energy, their ideas, and their desire to serve. Term limits are important for many reasons, not least of which is their alignment with compassionate accountability. I commend the council for approving the PPM's group's policy. That's not parts per million, that's policy and procedure manual working group. And I echo Caroline in thanking and marveling at the work that our volunteers do. It is truly one of the highlights of my work as executive director to collaborate with all of you and support your vision for BSA programs. Finally, and continuing this discussion of committee work, I'm pleased to say that President Caroline Duracell-Mellish has created a new working group for fellows and fellowships, which is charged with improving outreach with fellows during their fellowship period, creating new opportunities for engagement with the society, and connecting them with the bibliographical community around the BSA. As Paloma Solis Carvajal will discuss in her report on 2023's fellowship awards, which Megan discussed receiving 38 proposals last year. It's a lot more this year. They worked really hard. This program has for a long time supported an incredibly diverse range of projects and from many different individuals. So I'm really excited to see this new working group spring into action like right after this meeting, and see BSA share more about our fellows' fabulous work and successful research and publications. Within the development committee, we've been actively seeking new financial and other strategic resources to support the work our committees do. Thanks to the Delmas Foundation, the BSA will be able to invest in an outreach project to learn more about how we can best share the good work that we are doing with the broad community and members and friends devoted to the study of the material text. From the time the organization was founded in 1904 until very recently, BSA's outreach model was simple. We mailed print resources to our members and subscribing libraries. The bibliographical resources we develop today extend beyond print, and most of our resources are accessible to everyone 24/7 on BibSite, YouTube, BSA affiliated websites, electronic newsletters, and social media accounts. And that's saying nothing of the resource that this community of actual human beings is, which is absolutely the greatest asset this organization has. While these new web-based resources and distribution networks offer unparalleled opportunities for outreach, they remain underutilized without a strong digital outreach strategy and the right delivery tools. So I will be working with a consultant this spring to understand how bibliographers find the tools and information BSA offers online and elsewhere, because I know how to do my own bibliography, I know how to work in a library, and I know how to run this organization pretty well. I do not know how to basically market our materials. That is not an expertise that I have or that anyone really in this room really has, because you're all really good at doing stuff with books. This is a whole other thing. So we are hiring someone who is an expert in that very skill to perform an assessment of the society's audience, BSA members and others engaged in bibliographical research, and understanding existing digital on-ramps like hashtags on social media, and also electronic newsletters, letters, and common bibliographically oriented search terms. We will leverage these findings to develop new and innovative ways, which will continue to include print, of connecting bibliographers with BSA's resources. This work will not only benefit our community, it will also benefit other projects long in the works. We are grateful to an anonymous donor for supporting the redesign of BSA's website to be launched later this year. And the website will feature public and member-only directories designed to help people within the community and outside the community connect with each other around shared interests, and also to help journalists and cultural critics connect with experts in the field of book history. We all have wanted to write many letters to the editor, I am sure, about just things people get wrong in popular publications. BSA produces a range of excellent bibliographical work from our members and on their behalf, and those sources cannot be used if we do not deliver them and make them more easily discoverable. So finally, I'm grateful to the officers and council members, past and present, for drafting and approving the Equity Action Plan. This is absolutely an initiative of this council and the council that I have worked with in the iterations of the council I've worked with in my 4 years as executive director. In addition to our well-crafted and thoughtful mission and values statements, the EAP guides BSA as it builds on a wide array of programs that are already pillars of the bibliographical community. I offer this report today for the sake of accountability. Here's a snapshot of where we are right now. This is by no means a celebration of, oh, great, we are finished and isn't that nice? There is more to do to fulfill the commitments we've made in the EAP, and I am so proud to support all of the work that all of you do on the council and committees in reaching those goals. So thank you very much. And John McQuillan is up next.
Good afternoon, everyone. Membership in the society in 2022 numbered 722 individual members, including 136 emerging members, 403 partner, 78 sustaining, 63 lifetime, 27 leadership, 7 advancing, 3 members who are residents of Latin America, and 5 honorary members. In 2022, the society was not okay, never mind then. In 2022, the society was not made aware of the death of any of our members. We did learn, however, of the death of Arthur Kinney, who passed away in December 21. We offer a moment of silence in his memory. That is the Secretary's report. Thank you.
I'm short. I'm Joan Friedman, and I come to you today as chair of the audit committee. 2022 proved to be an unusual year for the audit committee. We began the year with new auditors in place, selected a year earlier in a process that solicited proposals from 7 different firms recommended by our fellow ACLS organizations. At the time I reported to you last year, the new firm, Huntsman Weeble of Charlottesville, Virginia, had begun its review of our 2021 financial statements. During this process, some mistakes in the way that actions had been recorded in the past were discovered. The external bookkeeping firm who had recorded those activities was experiencing a lot of turnover and was unable to help us to unravel what had happened over a period of years. We decided at length to switch to a different firm for our outside bookkeeping. Again, with the help of our ACLS colleagues, we were able to find a firm that specializes in not-for-profit organizations and has experience with associations like the BSA. It's called Charity CFO. Their staff took over our bookkeeping during the summer and succeeded in reorganizing our bookkeeping processes and rationalizing our chart of accounts to better match our actual activities. Throughout, they worked with our executive director and the auditors from Huntsman Weeble to assure that the books produce information in a format most usable to both the BSA office and to the auditors. All of this activity caused delay in completion of the review of 2021 financials, but by autumn, the auditors were able to complete their review in time to circulate to council and then file our Form 990 with the IRS on time after a single routine extension. A review involves less investigation than a full audit, and no assurances are provided, but our financials are now believed to be in good order. When the audit committee met with the auditor to review the review, we were extremely pleased with the format of the financials, which enables us much more easily to match up each year's results with our plans in the budget. We are especially grateful to the accountants at Charity CFO for bringing new clarity and timeliness to our financial statements. We are now receiving prompt interim statements each month. According to our usual schedule for a full audit every 3rd year, we were scheduled for an audit for the 2022 financial statements. However, since council voted to change our fiscal year to one ending September 30th instead of December 31st, fiscal year 2022 was a short year and one somewhat disrupted by the change in bookkeepers. For this reason, the audit committee recommended to council that we have another review rather than a full audit for the short year of 2022 and undergo our next full audit for 2023, which, remember, will end September 30th of this year. At its November 5th meeting, council approved this plan. Thus, shortly after the fiscal 2021 review was wrapped up, The executive director began working with both Huntsman Weeble and Charity CFO on the 2022 review for the fiscal year ended this past September 30th. That review is now underway and should be completed shortly. The audit committee will report to council on this review at the spring meeting. With our new calendar now in place and nothing else hanging over us from the prior year, I hope to be able to report on the fiscal 2023 audit at next year's annual meeting. I would like to thank the members of my committee who succeeded in coming together, often at short notice and with greater frequency than usual this year. Their attention to detail and good counsel have benefited the society. They are Tad Bomer, Tom Goldwasser, Mark Samuels Lassner, and Ken Soner, with ex officio expertise from Scott Clemens and Mary Crawford. And a special thanks to our executive director, Aaron McGurl, for truly heroic work on the books this past year, work which has put the BSA and its financial recording on a sure footing for the future. Respectfully submitted.
I'm not short, but I will be short. As Joan mentioned, last year was unusually brief, only 9 months in duration. So what I will present to you very briefly on the finances only covers those 9 months. And I'm going to start with where we were on September 30th of last year. We're a pretty simple organization. We punch above our weight. We do a lot, but the finances of what we do are pretty straightforward. And so delightfully, so as not to bury any leads, we are in excellent fiscal shape, as you can see. The vast majority of our assets are held in the endowment account managed for us by Bridgewater Associates. At the end of September, that stood at a little over $3.1 million. I've not seen the December statement yet, but it's probably a little bit higher than that as of the end of the calendar year. We have a much smaller operating account. That's just a bank account, and a handful of outstanding assets that are largely prepaid expenses. Those of you who have accounting knowledge just know what that is. And we have precious few liabilities, a testament in no small part to the very tight ship that Erin runs. And she just leapt up and ran from the room. So she's running a tight ship right now. Checking on the bar, I hope. This is a snapshot. I think the income and expenses side of our reports are pretty simple. Just where does the money come from and then where does it go? 94% of our revenues, as you can see if you add up some of these slices in your head, are derived from support from members. You, everyone online watching this, 10% from direct membership dues, 42% from contributions, and the 42% from endowment are the generosity of former members that continue to give and continue to give and continue to give. So thank you for that. Thank you both now and into the future for that kind of support. Without that support, this pie chart would be more like a small tart or something like that. And keep in mind, this is a 9-month snapshot. So that's sort of 9/12 of what a year usually is. And here's how the funds get allocated. We are what is known as an operating foundation. So some foundations just take money in and then they turn around and they write a grant. We have programs, we have events, we have publications, we have a lot of things that are going on. And so we have the accoutrement that manage those and operate those things. And you see those laid out here. Again, this is only 9 months. I went back and kind of eyeballed this to pre-pandemic levels of spending. And if you think back over the first 9 months, calendar months of last year, the pandemic still impaired our ability to do certain things. So I anticipate over time that the green and the light blue and the purple parts of that pie chart will likely increase. I will end my comments with a plea, and I'm going to pick up on something Caroline said in her opening comments, and I did not plan this with her. We have what in the crass business world would be known as great brand value in the world of bibliography. We have demonstrated stewardship of our financial assets. We have demonstrated stewardship in the ability to exercise those assets in the world of bibliography. And so if there are people that you know, or if you yourself are interested in underwriting one of these prizes or fellowships, as those grow over time, I think we can magnify the effect that we have on the world of bibliography. I'm happy to talk to you about that. Caroline, Aaron's happy to talk to you about that. So operators are standing by. Thank you.
So this year, the nominating committee was chaired by Barbara Scheller, with Heather Wolf as vice chair and members Heather O'Donnell, Todd Pattison, Jacinta Saffel, and Curtis Small. After having placed an open call for nominees in September, and after careful consideration, the committee nominated Robert Di Montoya on the council. And we have now the results of the voting online, which just arrived today. The slate has passed as noon today with 187 voting in favor, 5 opposed, and 8 abstentions. Thank you.
Afternoon. Afternoon. I'm stalling because I have stuff. My name is Derek Spires, and I have the privilege of presenting this year's St. Louis Mercantile Library Prize in Bibliography. Founded by John Neal Hoover and funded by the St. Louis Mercantile Library at the University of Missouri, the St. Louis Mercantile Library Prize is awarded every 3 years to encourage scholarship in bibliography of the American history and literature, broadly conceived. I'll also note that John will be cycling off the committee this year, so can we pause and give John a round of applause for his contribution? Hope you heard that, John. This year, the committee received nearly 20 excellent nominations for the prize, and we are very gratified to report that 2 distinguished works are sharing the cash award of $2,000 this year, and 2 other fine works will receive a certificate of honorable mention. Each work was considered especially on rigorous bibliographical merit, future impact and use in the classroom or research setting, and writerly craft. These books were just really well written and fun to read, which isn't always the case, you know? First, the award committee was pleased to recognize 2 works for honorable mention this year. The Klondike and Alaska Gold Rushes, a descriptive bibliography of books and pamphlets covering the years 1896 to 1905 by Gary Kurtz, published by the Book Club of California in 2021. And Black Pulp, genre fiction in the shadow of Jim Crow by Brooks F. Hefner and published by the University of Minnesota Press in 2021. Kurtz's descriptive bibliography joins his companion work on the California Gold Rush as a lasting reference tool on these formative social movements, which captured the imagination of travelers, settlers, poets, and novelists alike. Hefner's Black Pulp examines a vast body of popular literature in early 20th century African-American newspapers. From cartoons to serials, these texts uncover a literary and print history that was as entertaining and scintillating, really scintillating, as it was critical to shaping Black political and aesthetic consciousness. Let's give them a round of applause. Now, the reason I have stuff, I'd ask Professor Elizabeth McHenry and Professor Kelly Weiskup to come to the front to receive your stuff. Now, sharing the St. Louis Mercantile Prize are Elizabeth McHenry's To Make Negro Literature, Writing Literary Practice and African-American Authorship, published by Duke University Press in 2021, and Kelly Weiskup's Assembled for Use, Indigenous Compilations in the Archives of Early Native American Literature, published by Yale University Press in 2021. McHenry's examination of the early 20th century paths and the vast developmental byways of African-American writing in the heat of Jim Crow is a groundbreaking study, covering forms as diverse as textbooks, bibliography, and ghostwriting. Weisskopf's study of the nature and process of Native American archival compilations corrects a broader social and general history, which has often merely relied on previous settler colonial archives, making for a sweeping overview of texts not often enumerated and examined to their fullest extent. In both cases, you come for the analysis, you stay for the footnotes. From its founding, the BSA St. Louis Mercantile Book Prize has worked hard to recognize a diverse and inclusive body of bibliographical literature, and this year is no exception. Now spanning 3 decades and nearly 20 years of service to the BSA, the committee, John Hoover, Scott Casper, Lindsay DeQuerta, Julia Dunn Morton, Sarah Hodge, George Miles, Brittany West, wishes to congratulate these fine authors and to encourage once again BSA members to engage and who are engaged in American bibliography to submit to the competition. And so Jessica, you can see, have beautiful box. And also, I had to practice this. Beautiful medal. Professor Elizabeth.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paloma Celis Carvajal, and I'll be announcing the fellows for this year. For the past 40 years, through its multiple, I wanted that to be later shown, but oh well. For the past 40 years, through its multiple fellowships, the Bibliographical Society of America has promoted the inquiry and research on the history of book or manuscript production, publication, distribution, collecting, or reading, and the history of bibliographical study itself. With a modest but growing budget of $51,500, 9,000 of which are from endowed fellowships, such as Panzer, 14,000 from BSA endowment funds used for BSA sponsored awards and jointly sponsored awards, and 28,500 fellowships sponsored entirely by donors. It's important to note that these funds cover only the cost of the awards. Staff time to administer them represents another investment that the BSA makes in this important program. These fellowships have funded hundreds of projects over these years. For example, between 2000 and 2022, there were 261 BSA fellows. I was going to count them all, but when I got to the 2000, I'm like, that's an impressive number already. The committee is proud to announce that the interest for these fellowships is steadily growing. This year, we received almost twice as many proposals than the year before. We had almost 60 proposals. The year before it was 37, I think, which meant many more dozens of highly qualified applications. These projects range from the Middle Ages to contemporary times on a diversity of topics and textual artifacts that represented cultures from all over the world. As one of the reviewers, I must say that it was a pleasure reading them all and learning about this fascinating diversity of projects. It was an exciting and very tough task for the committee to select the awardees from such a strong pool. This is why we are so committed to expanding the program and seek to build up the joint awards we offer with other learned societies, build relationships with new foundations, work with donors with the capacity to fund awards on an annual basis, and build endowments. If you can help, we hope you will. And now, without further ado, and because we have a little bit of time constraints, we're just showing the names. There's two slides of names. They're all fascinating topics, and you will be able to see them all in the website next week in the website. Thank you very much.
And now the future. Endowing the Dorothy Porter Fellowship. The council is proud to announce that Lisa Unger Baskin has made a promised gift of $42,500, half of the total amount required to endow the Dorothy Porter Wellesley Fellowship in perpetuity. The fellowship of $3,000 is awarded each year to a bibliographer identifying as Black for research on any topic. The award was established in 2021 thanks to the vision and generosity of BSA honorary member and president emerita Barbara Scheller and Mary and Bruce Crawford, who are funding the award through 2023. In honor of Lisa Unger Baskin's 80th birthday on June 27, 2023, mark this on your calendar, the council calls on our community to join her in the effort to make contributions in Lisa's name and fully endow the Dorothy Porter Wellesley Fellowship in perpetuity. The name of the fellowship will honor Dorothy Porter Wellesley and Black bibliographers in perpetuity. Crediting the endowment to Lisa Unger Baskin in the fellowship's description will recognize and honor Lisa's lifelong activism through collecting, book selling, philanthropy, and service in the field. No contribution is too small, and all gifts are fully tax deductible to the extent permitted by law. Supporters can give online with a credit or debit card, and individuals wishing to donate stock or retirement funds or make major gifts toward this effort may contact Executive Director Erin McGill for more information by emailing her. And also for those who are in the room, do not forget to take, there's some beautiful, with the brochures, some information on how you can make some gift on the table by the membership information. And feel free, as Scott said, also to please do come to Scott, Erin, and I after this meeting if you're interested in making a donation today. All contributors will be listed in the December 2024 issue of PBSA. Individuals may give anonymously and will be recognized according to their wishes. Endowing the Dorothy Porter Wellesley Fellowship will help the society continue to foster the work of Black bibliographers, enriching our multidisciplinary and multifaceted professional field with essential scholarship relevant to our work in libraries, the book trade, and as students and teachers in the academy. And now I would like to adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.
So I'm just going to make a few housekeeping remarks. So there's also, if you are like, I'm not sure if I'm a member right now, we can chat about that. And if you want to join, you can do that now and take away a tote bag. Also, if you are like, I really want to give to the Porter Fellowship Endowment Fund right now, you can scan a QR and take a special little card for people who are supporting the endowment fund that we had made today. I want to thank the staff at Convene again for supporting us. We did go over time a little bit, so we are crunched through reception. I'm not going to say any more words. Go get yourself a glass of wine, have a great time, and leave when they tell you to, please. Thank you.